Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Forest of Memories. I'm Zaruk Windcaller, currently in the form of Grit the Cowboy Impmon, and I felt like that form was fitting considering what we're going to be doing today. I was told about this game a while back. Recently, actually. Only a few days ago. And I say a while back, but it was a few days ago. And I've been told that this game is really, really good. So, I want to give it a try. Call of Juarez, Gunslinger. And I'm hoping the game captures. It is an old game, so hopefully it captures. Yes, it does. Good. I have no idea about this game. All I was told about it was that it was basically Wild West Call of Duty, which is interesting, but I'll take it for what it's worth, I guess. All right, well, let's not waste any time. Let's just dive right in. How's the sound? Can y'all hear me all right? Abilene. Ooh, 1910? Damn. Yeah, can y'all hear me all right? Like, there a fair balance between the game and me?
Don't I know you, sir?
Don't believe so. I haven't been here in many years. Name's Silas Greaves.
Silas Greaves? The bounty hunter?
Used to be.
Well, what are you doing here in Abilene?
Just passing through. Got a little business to take care of.
Well, sir, it would be an honor if you would allow me to buy you a beer.
Hell, son, it would be my honor to drink it.
I'm Molly. Howdy.
I'm Dwight. That's Jack and Steve. Ben's behind the bar. Oh, I bet you got some great stories.
A couple.
Any of them true?
A couple.
Jack, be nice.
A few.
What about your shootout with Henry Plummer's gang in Bannock, Montana? Is that where you started as a bounty hunter? That's what it says in this here dime novel.
Don't believe everything you read in them dime novels, boy. First man I hunted was back when I was riding with Billy the Kid.
You knew Billy the Kid?
Damn right. That scrawny son of a bitch had no fear. Back down for
looks
nobody.
a little old to
I
be
heard
Billy
he
the
collected
Kid.
10 stars off any crooked lawmen who crossed him.
It was a war, boy. The Lincoln County War. And Billy promised his regulators would take the life of every bastard who helped bushwhack John Tunstall.
Kid had a big chip on his shoulder and a hair-trigger temper. Made him dangerous as hell.
All right, so I reckon I will do my best to give y'all, well, you know, the best information I can. But that said, Billy the Kid here looks way too old. Like, he was young. Like, really young. All right, let's see what we got.
It was about 30 years ago. Billy was hiding out in an abandoned farm near Stinking Springs. I threw in with the kid because the man I had sworn vengeance on was riding with Billy's enemies. But before I tell you why I want that sumbitch dead, let me tell you what happened that day. I was heading back to the hideout when suddenly I had this funny feeling.
Funny, ha-ha?
No, Steve.
The other kind of funny. Be on the lookout for nuggets of truth. Okay. What do nuggets of truth look like?
You heard that. You need to stay here and keep an eye on the road. That's not fair. We're missing all the fun.
I knew those two morons would never let me through. I had no choice.
They're straying away from the story. Okay, fine, fine. Okay. Oh, that's weird. Clicking the stick is melee. Okay. A to jump. All right. B's to crouch. Okay. ADS. Cool. And we got ourselves a 6-shooter. Colt Peacemaker. Bet you I can dome that guy. Hell yeah, I can!
Shoot that sumbitch!
Shoot that son of a
Garrett's
bitch.
posse?
Oh, yeah. I heard the shots and I knew I had to move fast.
Hey, Guillermon, what's up, buddy? Yes. How y'all doing? But yeah, I switched over to Grit because, well, cowboy.
Garrett and his army of deputies had surrounded the entire homestead.
Fire at will! Spread out, goddammit!
Pat Garrett. Pat Garrett. That name does sound familiar.
Keep on shooting! Don't let them dare coming from the
I
rear!
decided to help Billy and the boys out a bit. So that's just what I did.
Got one behind us! Stay on it! Cover fire!
Oh, I love the sound effects, like the old West bullet sound effects. I love it.
As the governor of New Mexico was paying for the kid's apprehension, Garrett was able to hire every gun hand in Lincoln County.
Murderer, you're the guys who were shooting at me!
Can't hide forever!
Oh, I love the art style. It's kind of like a pre-Borderlands art style, actually. I dig it. Very cel-shaded. Yeah, it's cel-shady. It's cool, though. I dig it. You first. Who said that? Who the fuck said that? Oh, this must be a nugget of truth. The Lincoln County War is often considered one of the most famous examples of a range war in the history of the West. Range wars are conflicts over the control of open range or freely used for cattle grazing, water rights. Let's see. Out of the regulators, William Bonney, aka Billy the Kid, rode with him, promising revenge on the men who murdered Tunstall. That's cool. Okay, let's see. Gunslinger, Ranger, and Trapper. I do prefer long range, but I'm guessing because this is an Old West game, we're going to be using pistols more often than not, so let's see what we got. Are you kidding? You're going to let me dual wield right at the start? Hell yeah, I say. Hell yeah, says I.
Watch out! He's one of them!
Bang! 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 Bang!
Garrett's men were running around like a bunch of chickens with
Bang,
their
bang.
heads
They
cut
send
off.
these sumbitches!
Bang! 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 Yeah, man, I have to manually reload all of them, but... Bang! Oh, that's cool. Just blow on the pistol. That's cool.
Still, one of them reached the water tower.
Ooh! Okay, that's cool.
Bad idea. It would be a turkey shoot from up there. Luckily, these shooters Garrett hired weren't the sharpest tools in the shed. The right position is very important. Personally, I prefer to be on top.
Oh, do you?
Oh, you do you?
That's it.
Indeed, darling. But where was I? Oh, yeah.
Ow! Hang on, let me turn down the music a bit. It's a little distracting. Oh, now that's more like it. I love the sound. Yeehaw, chuckle fucks!
A lot of them were saddle tramps or sod busters or drunken drifters looking to make a few bucks.
I was going to take a look around. Maybe we can find another nugget of truth around here. Nope. I said nuggets of truth. Little pickups around here. Oh. So, two types of revolvers. These and normal 6-shooters.
Then, I heard a friendly voice yelling at me from the window. Back door! We'll cover you!
Start aiming, you idiots!
Truth be told, things weren't much better behind the house.
Watch your flank!
I cut their numbers in half, but that just made the ones that were left twice as mad. They made up for their lack of skill with a seemingly endless supply of ammo.
Ow. Alright, so Silas says this was 30
It
years...
was a bit of a slog, but I finally fought my way around the back of the house.
So Silas says that it was 30 years ago that he met Billy the Kid, which would make this 1880. I'll have to check the dates. I don't know if that's correct or not. Probably is, but I'd have to check.
And like that,
You'll
I
all
was
be
inside,
dead, you bastards.
none the worse for wear. I passed dirty days,
Better than a rat in a trap! I'm putting you down!
and upstairs I found Billy and Charlie
How about
Bolger.
that? Huh? You like that?
Yeah, that's not Billy the Kid. Way too old looking.
Billy looked at me and said, "About time, amigo. Grab a gun and get to the window."
Wait, so you were friends with Billy the Kid?
Yeah, sort of. Anyway, we were surrounded by dozens of deputized shooters who wanted to do us harm. I'm telling you, Garrett's men were dropping like flies, but they just kept on coming.
Keep this up all day! Where'd he go? Where the hell Garrett get to? He's living for
That's when Charlie got hit. "You're catching us in a crossfire," shouted Billy. "Get to the other side."
Bang! 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 You yelly sons of bitches! They might have recruited an entire town. Maybe some militia, too. Who knows?
I don't know how many of those cocksuckers I personally put down, but it was pretty clear, even to Billy, that maybe discretion was the better part of valor.
What's that mean?
It means that it was time to cut and run. "They got a Gatlin," Billy shouted. "Get the horses and bring them round back. I'll draw their attention." He directed that order at me, and I thought, why the hell do I have to do it? But I went anyway. dumbass that I was back then.
Run for it! Those poor sons of bitches are
Many
done
would have
for.
fled in my place. But I had that false sense of invincibility that many young men have. Like Jack here.
What are you saying, old man?
Jack, he's just joshing with you.
Yeah, he better be.
Mr. Greaves, please continue.
Please, call me Silas, ma'am. Now, where was I? Now you're in trouble.
Why don't you put down the wooden boards and come and fight like a real man?
Oh, so you're hiding too now.
You were heading for the barn.
There we go.
Could have caught you, boy.
No, I don't think so.
Making my way past the castle of fallen foes.
All right, now, okay. That was just fucking stolen from Assassin's Creed, but I love it.
Sounds like Garrett hired a whole regiment of hired guns.
Yeah, and just when I thought I was done with them, more of these hapless bastards would pop up.
All right, man, who wants
Finally,
some?
I had the stables within my reach.
There it is, Pat Garrett. Patrick Floyd Pat Garrett was born on June 5th, 1850 in Cosetta, Alabama, and grew up on a prosperous Louisiana plantation located just below the Arkansas state line. Died January 29, 1908, shot in uncertain circumstances on the road from Las Cruces by one Jesse Wayne Brazel. Cowboy, buffalo hunter, bartender, customs agent, but history remembers him as the sheriff who killed Billy the Kid. Let's see, who's, On July 14th, 1881, in Fort Sumner, Billy was most likely unarmed, entered a room where Pat Garrett was lying in wait, sitting in the darkness. Billy asked the question, "Quién es?" Who's there? Garrett answered with 2 shots from his revolver. One hit Billy in the heart, killing him on the spot. He was buried in Fort Sumner Cemetery between the graves of his friends Tom O'Folliard and Charlie Bowdry. Huh. Neat.
And that's when I met Sheriff Pat Garrett.
I read that you went toe-to-toe with him, sir. That backstabbing bastard with that tacked-on tin star.
You have a beautiful mustache? Not bad. Oh, is it a showdown?
Challenged him to a showdown.
Guess so.
You read that in a dime novel?
It said he showed no fear as he took your measure with eyes like a rattlesnake.
It's high noon.
And that you killed him in a fair fight.
Is that what that Penny Dreadful said? No, boy. That ain't what I meant when I said I met Pat Garrett. So let me start again. I finally reached those damn stables. Stepped inside, and
Ow.
last thing I heard was Garrett's voice. That's not Billy.
And go on. How did it end?
And, boy, that was just the beginning.
Nice. Let's see. Longer combos, which is good because that doubles that boosts more XP. What else we got? Deep pockets a revolver. Load bullets into your revolver cylinder while it's spinning. On the run. Making time. Let's see. There you go. Seems like it was a bit easy after all. Would you like to switch to hard dip? No! I was having fun! Are you kidding? No? Hey, Grinx.
So what happened? Did Garrett arrest you?
Yeah, after I came to, the bastard had clocked me with his Colt.
And the kid surrendered?
When he realized there was no getting out of there alive.
So they locked you up in Lincoln?
Indeed they did. Sentenced me to hang right along with the kid.
Okay, that did happen. Billy the Kid was arrested, and they were indeed going to hang him in Lincoln County. However, this led to a very interesting situation where Billy the Kid would escape, get a hold of Deputy Sheriff Bob Dole's shotgun. And if you've ever seen the movie Young Guns, or it might be Young Guns 2, I don't know. You probably seen or heard the scene of, "Hello, Bob!" Oh, shit. And then Bob Dole gets shot by his own shotgun because Billy shoots him with his own 12 gauge. And no, that actually happened. We have historical accounts that Billy basically got free, hid in the second story of a hotel with the shotgun, and when Bob Dole came out to look for him, he knocked out the window and yelled, "Hello, Bob!" and then shot him with his own shotgun.
It's important to know that I was only riding with Billy so I could find the bastard I was after. He was with John Kinney's gang, and they were sworn enemies of Billy's regulators.
Why were you after him?
I owed that son of a bitch a bullet for what he had done to me and mine. Instead, all I got for myself was a goddamn death sentence. Luckily, it was right around then that I heard Billy make his move. He shot Jim Bell and a few other guards as he made his getaway. Later, they wrote that some lady friend planted a pistol for him in the privy. What the papers didn't say is that Billy helped me escape, too. My first order of business was finding a firearm.
Billy the Kid. William Henry McCarty, also known as William H. Bonney, Kid Antrim, or Billy the Kid, was probably born between 1859 and 1861. Died on July 4th, 1881, shot by the sheriff Pat Garrett in Fort Sumner, New Mexico. Again, he was 20 when he died. 20 years old. And that guy we saw on the last level was way too old for that. But yeah, Billy was 20 when he died. He was 5'8", tall and with a slender build, blue eyes, blonde hair, and a boyish charm. Let's see. He was not a stone-cold killer or even much of a criminal. He never lived an outlaw life of robbing banks, stagecoaches, or trains. Petty rustling and horse thievery were the worst of his transgressions. Credited with killing 21 people, but that number was inflated considerably. He definitely killed 4 men, 2 in self-defense and 2 during a jailbreak. Those 2 during the jailbreak would be Bob Dole and the other guy you heard earlier that he mentioned. And he participated in shootouts during the Lincoln County War, which left another 5 people dead. But then again, they may or may not have been killed by the bullets of Billy the Kid.
Luckily, I located Deputy Bob Ollinger's mean-ass shotgun.
Alex the player. 10-gauge shotgun, you say? Well then.
I saw Billy through the window, and he yelled that I should take to the rooftops to make my escape. So I did.
Anybody see Billy?
With this here shotgun.
Hell yeah. That scatter gun was like a double-barreled howitzer. It could blow a man clear off his feet. You hardly had to aim the damn thing. The kids escaped raised a huge ruckus. Guards were everywhere looking for him.
Can't let the kid get away. Anybody see him?
I had to jump from roof to roof like a damn alley cat. I followed the planks where I could. Some of that wood was slippery as hell. The whole town was up in arms. Suddenly, I was a fugitive.
How the hell did I escape? Garrett's gonna kick our ass! Can't have gotten far! Be around here somewhere.
Come on. There's equal ass kicking for everyone. But I wouldn't get for a rifle. This will have to do.
Billy broke out of jail.
Violence is not the answer.
Well, ma'am, I'm afraid it's the only solution I got right now.
So that bastard you were after, what did he do?
He did me and my family a grievous harm. But I knew if I was ever gonna find him, I would need to get my ever-loving ass out of there. I tried to be stealthy and sneak my way past.
This town doesn't have a moment's peace.
You!
But hell, if they weren't all waiting for me. Apparently, some of them thought I was Billy.
He's in town somewhere.
See, me and the kid shared a certain similarity in build and coloring. I was just glad I had Deputy Bob's mean-ass shotgun.
Ow.
You won't get away with it. Give it up.
Well now, I'll be taking that. The Lincoln escape. Yep. Yeah, here it is. Bob Ollinger heard the shots and ran toward the courthouse. Billy was armed with Ollinger's 10-gauge double-barrel shotgun and was waiting by the window for its owner. When Bob Ollinger appeared, he heard, "Hello, Bob!" seconds before the kid shot him with his own weapon. Told ya. Hello, Bob!
Put down your weapon.
Oh, how about you come and make me?
I'm here. Get your guns going.
So much lead was whizzing by my head, it was like everyone in Lincoln wanted to put me in the ground. I knew I needed to find a horse. Though I never did have a great fondness for those four-legged grass eaters. Smelly, sweaty, ungrateful beasts. The price is too high, if you ask me.
I've got this.
Do you now?
Threatening the lives
With all due respect, ma'am, if you don't want to get shot at in a western town, then maybe you shouldn't live in one. Just saying. Alright, let's get out of here.
Downtown's going to hell in a handbasket.
Correct. Ow.
But where was the kid while you were busy getting shot at?
Gone. And that's when it occurred to me why Billy set me free.
I'll keep the shotgun.
Got that son of a...
Respect for decency?
So I could be a hapless decoy and draw attention while he snuck out of town. I knew if I made it out of there in one piece, no one could put a price on my head.
Because everybody in Lincoln would be dead?
No, because they all thought I was Billy, and all that blame would fall on him. Meanwhile, Deputy Bob Ollinger was organizing a posse to put me down. He was already a mean son of a bitch, but he was doubly pissed that I stole his mean-ass shotgun. Anyway, it was me or them, and the only way forward led me straight to perdition.
Yeehaw!
But the cards were dealt, and I had no choice but to play them.
Get the wheelie off the street.
Old West Lawman. Whoa! Now, I reckon you can't be calling me a murderer when y'all literally trying to kill me.
You're dead.
Yeehaw, chuckle fucks! Hey! Jared, thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving one to Pierogi, Nanabobo, Tiny Pixie, Tartalus, and Sai. Thank you very much. I'm sure they appreciate it. And we got a hype train going. Wow. Thank y'all so much. So yeah, any bits or anything like that we get are for the hype train. For the forest. Thank you very much. Now then. Oh, hang on. Oh, I don't need to hide if I can shoot straight. Funny how that works, huh?
Finally, I found what I was looking for. The stables on the edge of town.
I guess Billy saved your ass, taking out Bob Ollinger the way he did.
Billy didn't kill Bob.
Sure he did. He dispatched him right after he shot Deputy Bell.
No, sir. Because Bob came right up behind me, angry as hell that Billy had lit out. "Hello, Bob," I said. "I think you better let me go." And he says, "I don't think so, boy. Not with my shotgun." So we stood there in the middle of the street, eyeball to eyeball. He intended to kill me, and I knew I had no choice but to defend myself.
It's high noon.
Jarrett,
Everybody
again.
saw I had no damn choice.
Thank you so much. 10 more subs. Thank you so much. Please don't spend beyond your means, bud. I truly do appreciate it. Thank you so much. But again, seriously, y'all don't donate beyond your means, okay? Don't. If you can't donate or you can't give subs, don't worry about it. Just having y'all here is great. But thank you, Jarrett. We've hit our sub goal of 80. Thank you. To Amelia, Deadpool, to Blueberry, Flight 44590, Splatmite, Pickman, Onyx Virus, and Cody, and Jollyar. I know, Jarrett. Thank you, truly. Anyway, let's see. I guarantee you one of these is going to be the aces and eights, the dead man's hand.
Well, Lincoln got a mite depopulated that day. Pat Garrett gunned down Billy 3 months later, so his escape was all for naught anyway.
Legendary weapon unlocked, the Engraved Ranger. Ooh, nice. Ooh. Nice. Yeah, Jared is a really kind soul. But thank y'all so much. Truly. Thank you, Jared.
So where'd you go after Lincoln?
Mexico. Until I realized nobody was looking for me. I ended up taking a job at the Rurales.
The Mexican Rurales?
I was hired to help them track down the Cowboys.
Oh!
The most vicious outlaw gang in Cochise County? Curly Bill Brocious? Johnny Ringo?
Led by old man Clanton himself.
Yep.
They must have paid you a pretty penny to take them hombres on.
Not really. But truth be told, I had my own reasons for going after those boys.
Those guys, the Clanton members, are the same ones who would get gunned down by the Earp brothers and Doc Holliday. Huh. Cool. We gotta meet Wyatt Earp and the others?
So was the bastard you were after now riding with the Cowboys?
Roscoe Bob Bryant was his name.
Oh.
But no, this time it was a different bastard I was after. The aforementioned Mr. Ringo. And yes, he was working for old man Clown. I came upon them robbing a stagecoach, which wasn't surprising, being they were such murderous thieves and bastards. The bandits wore red scarves, so I knew they worked for the old man.
Over there! There!
I did my best to help those poor bastards. Moments later, the attackers were dead, and I checked the stagecoach to see how many passengers were still breathing. None. It was then I wondered if the rocks weren't hiding more bandits. Was that all of them? Or did I just hit the rear guard? I quickly got my answer. They attacked from on high like Apaches often did.
Frickin' Apaches?
Numbers from above and rained down lead on their hapless enemies' heads, making use of the high ground and whatever else they had. Yep, the Apaches always appeared out of nowhere, and there never seemed to be an end to them.
Hold on. Were you attacked by Apaches? What happened to the Cowboys?
Did I say they were Apaches? I said Clanton's Cowboys attacked me Apache style. I was in a pitched battle, but I was holding my own against an overwhelming enemy force. See, at the time, I was still pretty green and would often blunder into regrettable situations. But I just kept shooting at anything I could see up in those damn rocks. I didn't see Ringo, but I knew he was with the Cowboys. He and Roscoe Bob had done me a dreadful wrong, and I was determined to have my revenge. To get to Ringo, I knew I'd have to fight my way past these other assholes first. Unfortunately, I was running out of ammo. Another perfect example of my relative inexperience as a hunter of men. I immediately knew that a tactical retreat was called for, as my vengeful fury was much less impressive without the bullets to back it up. Finally, they managed to corner me. Trapped as I was, the odds of my survival seemed pretty slim. Luckily, serendipity was on my side as I suddenly spotted a way out of my predicament.
Run! Gotta be
I
running.
ran ahead as if the devil himself was after me.
Ooh, shotgun.
Bullets were whizzing by my ears, but I wasn't about to roll over and die. I just kept running like there was no tomorrow. Because there wouldn't be if Clanton and his men caught up with me.
I'm out of ammo now. That's
As I
not
was
good.
scurrying around those caves, I thought, what was I thinking? Going up against a gang like this? I just kept running, not knowing where the hell I was going.
Whoa. I appear to have taken a wrong turn. Yeah, I went the wrong way. Oops.
Where's he gonna run to now?
Which way? Which way?
Nowhere to run.
Oh, a little bit of salvation would be wonderful. God, if you're
When
listening.
something miraculous happened. Like manna from heaven.
Oh.
I found the desiccated remains of what looked like an Apache warrior. The old weapon next to him supplied me with some much-needed ammunition. Bat Masterson once told me it was more important to be lucky than good, and he would know. And imagine my surprise when I found a fistful of dynamite to go along with that ammo.
My grenades?
That stroke of good fortune evened the odds and bolstered my confidence. It was time to turn the tables. Time for the prey to become the predator. Time for the hunted to become the hunter. Time.
All right, Jesus, we get it. They were right where you wanted them.
That's right, Jack. I was done running. And the old man's boys were not expecting that. No, sir. I came at them like a wildcat. It was finally time for that old man to pay for his sins.
Oh, he's got a Gatlin.
I yelled out at the top of my lungs, "Clanton, I'm coming for you!" A little stealth might have made more sense, to be perfectly honest. Because that old fool had a Gatling gun and enough bullets to last him till kingdom come. But I knew I could not let that deter me. Not if I was to find and kill Ringo. I needed to get that old man off that gun.
Woo! That was close. Oh, who you calling a stupid son of a bitch? Move! Go!
Most everyone thought it was the Juarez who had come up against him in Guadalupe Canyon, but it was just me.
Says the guy who just got his head blown
One of
off.
the cowboys made it out of there alive and told Ike and Billy Clanton that it wasn't a Mexican who took their father's life that day. They just assumed it was one of the Earps, and that little misunderstanding eventually led to that legendary gunfight at the OK Corral.
Oh, do I get to be in the gunfight at the OK Corral? Oh, dang, that'd be cool. I didn't find any of the nuggets of truth, which is a shame, but oh well. All right.
A few weeks after that dust-up at the OK Corral, I was still after Johnny Ringo. I had tracked him and the cowboys to their hideout at a sawmill, and they were loaded for bear.
So, what exactly did Johnny Ringo do to piss you off?
Well, him and that other bastard.
Roscoe Bob Bryant?
Yep. They both deserve to die, and I promise I'll tell you why. But first I need to tell you about the Cowboys' new boss, Curly Bill Brocious.
Earp's coming!
Get ready, boys.
You just call me Erp? Yeet.
Curly Bill took charge of the Cowboys upon the old man's demise. And after that gunfight at the OK Corral, the Clantons wanted revenge. So they murdered Morgan Earp and grievously wounded his older brother, Virgil. Wyatt and Doc went on what became known as the Vendetta Ride, hunting those outlaws down.
Okay, so I should give context to that. There were 3 Earp brothers: Morgan, Virgil, and Wyatt. We all know who Wyatt Earp is. He's referenced a lot. If you've seen An American Tale, Fievel Goes West, you probably remember the basset hound called Wiley Burp. He's a play on Wyatt Earp. So, Wyatt and his 2 brothers were very famous men, where they were. And it is true, Morgan Earp was murdered, and Virgil was grievously injured. And this was after the shootout at the OK Corral. And Wyatt Earp had a very bad temper. A very bad temper. And that's why he and Doc Holliday went out and just started, well, like you said, the Vendetta Ride. They went out and just started killing dudes. I have thought about Red Dead Redemption, but that would be a Saturday game, because that would be a long playthrough. And as for Metal Gear, I've also thought about that, but again, that would also take time. Unless I knew what I was doing. Which I
So
don't.
when I showed up, that's who they thought I was.
I hear some running around. Who's running around? Oh, sorry about that, Deadpool. No, that
There
could
were
have been
killers
bad.
around every corner, all wearing red bandanas. That's how the cowboys identified each other. And I was beginning to wish I had one myself. But I wasn't about to let Ringo walk away unscathed. And that's what drove me home.
They say that Ringo was infernally fast.
I hardly saw anyone faster, boy. Certainly not Wyatt Earp. That man was all hat and no cap.
Slow down time when you aim. Ooh, truth seeking. Steady aim. Quick fingers.
Earp wasn't much of a match for him, but Doc Holliday might have taken him.
That lunger should have kept his nose out of it. They never charged anyone for the murder of Morgan Earp.
But everybody knew that Curly shot him in the back. That was common knowledge.
Yeah, maybe so. But Ringo had nothing to do with it. He was just being loyal to a friend.
Is that what you call it? Being loyal? Well, to get to that loyal friend, I had to pass by some buzzsaws as big as a man.
This game looks really cool for, I guess it's like, what, 2013, 2014? It looks really good. I would kill for a game that looked like this. I dig this old style.
Excuse me, sir. I have a question.
What's that, Dwight?
After old man Clanton died, why didn't his son take over the Cowboys?
Because Ike Clanton was dumber than a box of rocks and a yellow belly to boot.
Well, 2013, it does look really good. I'm having a blast. That's why I'm not talking much. I'm just too absorbed and having too much fun. Come on, you yelly-bellied bastards!
Now, where was I?
Taking down the entire cowboy gang single-handed.
Indeed I was, Jack.
Catch! Catch! You son of a bitch! Catch this!
Though it wasn't easy, as those boys had good cover.
Well, that's okay, because there's plenty of dynamite back here. Yeah, if it ain't fun, why bother? Ooh.
I'm gonna shoot you dead.
Curly Bill Brocious. Who's gonna shoot who dead, boy? Oh, you first.
There were carts everywhere, piles of lumber, and God knows what else for people to hide behind. That really was one hell of a sawmill. Quite an impressive operation.
That looks like it can swing down and hit me. Oh, would you look at that? I was right.
And where was Curly Bill? Did you see him?
I'm about to get to that, Ben. Patience. I'm painting a picture here. There was this beautiful waterfall and a crystal clear stream that led to a verdant valley that was truly...
Johnny Ringo. John Peters Ringo was born on May 3rd, 1850, and ended his life of violence 32 years later. History remembers him as an outlaw and a gunfighter associated with the Cowboy Gang in his final years. In 1874 to 76, Ringo earned his reputation as a dangerous desperado while fighting in the Mason County War. His deeds during that conflict cost him almost 2 years in jail before the charges were finally dismissed. Soon after arriving in Arizona, an inebriated Ringo shot and wounded a man in a saloon for preferring to drink his beer instead of the whiskey Ringo bought for him. It's no surprise that around Tombstone, Ringo's reputation was that of an ill-mannered, ill-tempered, violence-prone, saddled tramp, especially when drunk. On the other hand, who knows what his reputation would have been if the fight at the OK Corral had gone differently. History is written by the victors, and Wyatt Earp and his brothers not only won the actual fight, but the PR battle as well. On the 13th of July, 1882, Johnny Ringo was found dead with a gunshot wound in his head and a revolver in his hand. He was sitting under a tree, barefoot. His horse was found 2 weeks later, his boots tied to the saddle as cowboys often do to keep the scorpions out. His death was officially ruled as a suicide, but we still don't know whether the King of the Cowboys was killed by Wyatt Earp or Doc Holliday, or if he simply shot himself because he felt his life is no longer worth living.
Consider your picture painted. What happened next?
Well, finally the bastards that were still alive made a last stand.
What have we got in here? Shotguns. Ooh, a sawed-off? Nice. I think I'll stick to the 6-shooters. But this normal shotgun's probably going to come in handy. Like making a gang called the Lucario Gang. I mean, yeah, it should have been called, like, if you were going to make a Lucario Gang, it'd be like the Steel Dog Gang. Or something like that. Anyway. Now, ain't this the definition of a pretty picture? Except for the fact that it also looks like an ambush. Oh yeah, it's an ambush.
Curly Bill, Johnny Ringo, and his compadres took off into the lumber yard, and I followed after.
Are you saying they ran? Cowardice was not in Ringo nor Curly Bill's nature.
No, sir. I never said they were running scared. They just wanted me out in the open.
Time to dance together! You working for Wyatt Earp?
I reckon I do. I'm hiding, you can see. Now, Bill, there is no need for such language. Boy.
Brocious gave me no choice but to take his life.
With both barrels.
But Ringo was nowhere to be found.
I knew you didn't kill Ringo, because he was found dead in a different location altogether.
To this day, his killer is still unknown.
Indeed. Took me a few months before I finally tracked his ass to West Turkey Creek Canyon.
Dutch. Damn, look at that mustache.
That's incredible, sir. I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
It's high noon.
Sorry I had to ruin the legend for you, boy. But the legend ain't always true. Doc Holliday had nothing to do with the death of Johnny Ringo.
I'm your Huckleberry. There you go. By the way, that's a line from Tombstone. I'm your Huckleberry.
I was paid a healthy bounty for Ringo and Curly Bill, and realized there was real money to be made. That's why I went after Henry Plummer.
Now, wasn't he the sheriff who augmented his income by shaking down miners and robbing gold shipments?
That's the one.
Oh, yeah, I remember him. He ran that gang of thieving outlaws called the Innocents.
So it's true that you went toe-to-toe with him?
Indeed I did, son. Indeed I did.
I love this game so much. This is so cool. Yeah, it's exaggerated because it's Silas telling the story, but these are all real historical figures. Like, a lot of this stuff did genuinely happen, to the best of our knowledge anyway. That's really cool.
I knew I needed resources if I was going to track down Roscoe Bob Bryant, and hunting Plummer looked like a good way to get rich quick. As the local vigilantes exposed him as the leader of the bandits, and put a generous price on his head. Plummer rallied his gang to plunder one last gold mine before making their escape, and that's where I thought I'd find him.
Vigilance committees. Oh, yeah. Now, ain't that purty?
It makes me nervous standing so close to all these goddamn barrels of gunpowder.
Why would you be nervous? No one has the cojones to come after us.
Oh, you won't bet?
You don't light up a cigar, we're fine.
Besides, George is up there on the rocks with that rifle of his. Nothing gets past him.
Working hard, George?
As my late father pointed out to me more than once, God made men, but Samuel Colt made them equal.
Who the hell is that then? Don't let him get a shot off!
Too late. Ow. Come on, that's not that high. Don't be such a baby. Neither was that! Are you kidding? Don't be such a baby. Oh, my legs. Oh, come on. My legs, my paper mache legs. Like that Eggman thing. Oh, my bones! My fragile bones! Oh, my bones! Wait.
I knew that dynamite wasn't mine, so I decided the polite thing would be to return it. It was the biggest gold rush since Sutter's Mill in 48. Unfortunately, prospectors weren't the only ones drawn to those riches. There were thieves and killers, robbing travelers and hijacking gold shipments. Like those that ran with Plummer. Some were just regular folks I knew from town, drawn by greed and easy pickings. Charlie Crow, the blacksmith. James, who worked in the stable.
I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, because you could shoot dynamite. I saw it earlier, but I shot that one when it was way too close to me. Like that.
Must be about out of bullets. You're dead. You can't beat the innocent.
Sam and Jeremiah Barber, the butcher's son.
Pissing me off.
Ordinary citizens who lived a double life. Stealing and thieving and murdering their neighbors. Of course, the rest were veterans of the Civil War. Stone-cold killers trained on the bloody fields of Shiloh and Antietam. Plummer had a lot of men on his payroll. A hell of a lot. That son of a bitch pretended to protect the public with one hand while stealing them blind with the other. Dangerous, desperate individual. He set up a defensive perimeter which I had no idea how to breach.
Fortunately, I had a ton of
I was
dynamite.
outnumbered and in way over my head, but I was too damn stubborn and stupid to realize it.
It's our goal now.
Damn near killed me. Ooh, hello. Y'all are wondering why I'm just shooting all the barrels. It's experience. Why wouldn't I? And I also just like blowing stuff up.
But then as Zaruk was firing at the aggressors, his bundles of dynamite suddenly got ignited.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm up shit creek if that happens. Well, guess I'll die.
I thought I was some kind of hero. I finally made it past and headed on to meet my destiny.
See, I had this girlfriend called Destiny. Let's see.
But first, I had something I needed to figure out.
A math problem. Something that I'm not good at.
I had a few ideas on how to get into that mine, but once I made my decision, I knew there was no turning back. So my first thought was to enter the nearest mine portal. I saw an entrance. Made sense. It was the quickest way in, but that also made it more dangerous, as there would undoubtedly be enemy pickets posted along the way. Besides, once you enter a mine like that, it's easy to get all turned around. And that confusing maze of corridors wouldn't even be the worst of it. Some of those shafts could be as deep as hell.
No, I don't think I will.
I'm ending you.
A single stumble or misstep can easily end in a deadly plunge to oblivion.
Time to blow your shit up. Had enough.
Ooh, secret. Bannock, Montana. Ow. Oh, that sounds awful, Deadpool. You know, in retrospect, maybe it's a bad idea to be blowing up these gunpowder barrels. I am in a mine, and explosions and mines don't mix.
Quick reflexes often make up for a lack of common sense. Luckily, I was never one to be easily bushwhacked. I would just need to be careful not to blow myself to kingdom come. all that gunpowder and dynamite everywhere, a body has to know what he's shooting at.
You yellow bastard! You'll die for this, you hear me?
Thought I saw something in here. Oh, no, there. Got it. The gold rushes. Alright, let's not shoot anything. Let's just move.
One wrong bullet could have turned that mine into a dad-blasted tube.
Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Gotta go! Run!
I freely admit that my plan of attack was not just moronic, but clearly insane.
Yeet! Woohoo! Ooh. Oh, shit!
It's a good thing that I abandoned that ridiculous plan before I even tried it. Instead, I spotted a ladder, a way into the mine from the opposite side. It was a long way around, but that approach seemed more sensible at the time.
At the time.
Of course, being I had a problem with heights, that scaffolding scared the bejesus out of me. Climbing down that ladder required some caution, because even though I had a younger man's reflexes, no man can dodge a damn bullet while climbing down a rickety ladder. I needed to make a leap of faith. I was determined not to give up, however. As Sheriff Plummer seemed quite the despicable character. When the vigilantes discovered what the sheriff was up to, people were outraged. That 10,000 they put on his head would go a long way to helping me find old Bob. And I had made it my mission to settle that score come hell or high water. But first, I would have to make a choice. Take the elevator or climb the ladder.
Considering getting on the elevator means that everyone can see me, or like I can't maneuver. No thanks. I'll take the ladder. Is that another? Yes, it is. Another secret. How am I supposed to get that? I guess maybe I do have to take the elevator.
I picked the more convenient and more dangerous route. Plummer was a mad dog killer, and the people of Nevada City deserved better.
Nevada City? Well, I thought Plummer met his maker in Bannock, Montana.
Right, well, he was the sheriff of both places at one time or another, but that's neither here nor there. The point was, taking him down would save a lot of lives, including my own.
Mr. Plummer, I'm gonna need you to come out with your hands up. Oh, you smug ass. You look like a steampunk Abe Lincoln. I'm gonna shoot you.
They're gonna bury you! Well, they don't do this pieces! Just getting worse and worse for you!
Henry Plummer was clearly unhinged, And I could see right away that this was gonna take some doing.
I need some help here! Come on, boys! Take this cocksucker out!
What's the matter, Plumber? I need your cheerleaders to fight for you?
They're gonna need a dustpan to pick you up! Why don't you just join the circus? Oh, I can shoot too! They're gonna bury you in a million pieces! Show off! I'm going all medieval on your ass!
Well, that's how Henry Plummer died. Him and his crew were worth their weight in gold. And now, I was officially a bounty hunter.
I think I'll save my stuff for now. Next. So now I got money. Where to next?
So, did you finally go after that Bob feller?
Well, I heard word he was in Kansas with John Wesley Harding. So that's where I went.
Oh, shit.
Where in Kansas?
Abilene. Why do you ask, Ben?
No reason.
Was Hardin as fast as Ringo?
Ringo was fast, but John Wesley was as fast as the devil himself.
John Wesley Hardin. The man who killed Wild Bill.
Hell, he killed his first man at 15. From that day forward, he had a price on his head and wouldn't
That's
back
Wild
down from
Bill.
nobody, not even Wild Bill Hickok himself.
Yeah. So Wild Bill is another famous gunslinger, but Wild Bill was shot in the back by John Harding after playing some poker and drawing the dead man's hand, aces and eights. So yeah, if someone fun little trivia fact: if anyone ever asks you what's the dead man's hand, it's 2 aces and 2 eights. So a pair of aces and a pair of eights is the dead man's hand. Because that's the same set of cards that Wild Bill Hickok had when John Wesley Hardin shot him.
I dodged death many a time, and that night in Abilene was no different. I was there with the intention of finding that bastard Bob and collecting the bounty on John Wesley.
I thought the Texas Rangers got Hart.
Yeah, that's what they want you to believe. It was cold than a witch's tit in a brass bra that night as I fought my way past his loyal compadres.
What an image. Let's look around. Nice, more ammo. Also, what are these? These are top-loading pistols. Like they're, or... Hold on, maybe there's a thing in here about it. No? Oh, okay. Quick shooter. Fastest gun in the West. Top break design. There's top breaking revolvers? Okay. Oh, okay, that's not true. I know the Webley is a top break. What kind of guns are these, I wonder? Oh, well. A Schofield. Thank you. Thanks, Josiah. Based on the Schofield revolver. Okay, cool. Okay, so if these are Schofields and the normal 6-shooter's a Colt, what's the Ranger supposed to be? Just a long barrel Colt or something? I heard Bow and Terra. Should be interesting. I don't want to go into the bar just yet. Let's keep looking around. Okay, the Navy version. Got it. Alright, guess we're going in. Cowboy style.
To the very same saloon we're sitting in today. Look around and imagine this place painted in blood. Hardin was waiting for me, and...
Oh, he's got the 2 aces in his hat.
Gun here. Let me back up and give you some background on this sumbitch.
Sumbitch.
He deserves that much. Don't you think so, Ben? John Wesley Hardin was a killer. By the end, he confessed to taking the lives of 42 men. Fathers and husbands, brothers and sons, men with families who cared about them. He was a bona fide folk hero by then, and had amassed a gang of armed miscreants and other assorted thugs. He and his men set up camp outside of town, and I was hoping Bob was among them.
Shit, it's cold out here. Freezing my giblets off. Ain't right we gotta stay out here keeping watch like this.
Ain't nobody stupid enough to go after Hardin anyway.
Better 3 hours early than a minute too late.
Damn it! Shoot that son of a bitch!
They didn't ask why I was there. They knew. 'Cause most of them were wanted as well. I figured Hardin was here somewhere, but to get to him, I'd have to get past his gun hands. I had to spill a lot of blood
Old
to
West
find out Hardin
revolvers.
wasn't in that camp.
Next to the cowboy hat, the object most often associated with the Wild West is the percussion cap revolver, invented by Samuel Colt in 1836. This revolver, along with the Winchester repeating rifle, was the preferred method for dealing death in the latter part of the 19th century. First models were front-loading, black gunpowder. Let's see, cap locks, the Walker, the Dragoon, and the 1851 Navy. The Wild Bill used them as a pair. Let's see. Model 3, one of its variants is known as the Schofield.
He was carousing in town with his closest friends.
Nice. All right, what can we do? Stack them high. There we go. Now we got the ivory-handed quick shooter.
Hardin's boys apparently didn't want me to reach the Bull's Head. Some were hightailing it into town to inform their Jefe of my unwelcomed presence.
El Jefe.
Tell Hardin someone's coming for him!
Oh, please do. He won't get far.
Stop that sumbitch! Let the boys know we got another law dog.
Oh, yeah?
I wondered if Bob was among them.
Oh. Every time I hear him say Bob, I just think, Bob, do something. John Wesley Hardin. Hardin, born on May 26, 1853, was one of the West's most notorious killers. Next to Wild Bill Hickok, many considered him to be the fastest and most accurate gunslinger who ever lived, or at least the deadliest, as he is believed to have killed 41 men in various duels, shootouts, and other sundry incidents. One story has him shooting a man for snoring too loudly, but many believe that is simply a fanciful legend. Some considered him a cold-blooded killer, while others thought of him as a folk hero. He had a price on his head from the age of 15, but Hardin allegedly only killed in self-defense or to defend his freedom. Finally arrested by the Texas Rangers, Hardin spent many years in prison, where he frequented the prison library and taught himself the law. He was sentenced to 25 years, but released after only 17 and promptly passed the bar exam. He tried to make a living as a lawyer, but proved to be a much better gambler. Hardin could usually be found sitting in a saloon playing dice or cards. It is an irony that one of the most deadly gunfighters who ever lived met his end the same way his idol Wild Bill Hickok did. Both were shot in the back of the head while gambling. Hickok was murdered by Jack McCall and Hardin by John Selman. Hickok was murdered by Jack McCall and Hardin by John Selman on August 19th, 1895. Okay, well, wait. Let me check. Who is the dead man's hand associated with? Hold on. Is it Wild Bill or John Wesley Hardin? Let's see. Let me see. Hold on. Hey Siri. What is the dead man's hand? Yep, I was right. I called it the first time. It's by Wild Bill. I got it. I'm a genius. I know my history. I told y'all. But yeah, Wild Bill was killed with the dead man's hand. I'm so smart. What's that quote from Adventure Time? I have approximate knowledge of many things.
And I steeled myself for the fight ahead. For as good as I was, deep down I wondered if John Wesley wasn't just a little bit better.
Oh, if they're gonna let me run all the way down here, there better be a secret down here. Of course not. Why would there be? That would be too easy. Yeah, no secrets here. Just a bunch of empty space. I don't mind exploring, but it'd be nice if there was something around, you know? What did this say? Fine old whiskey. Well, there was definitely no whiskey down there. Don't lie. So you lied to me. Wait, wasn't this one of the early parts of the game? It is! Huh. Yep, straying away from the story. I get in trouble for shooting a cow? Oh god, the cows are immortal. It's like the secret cow level. And remember, if somebody asks, there is no secret cow level.
Before I could test my mettle against Hardin, however, I would first need to dispatch his cadre of hired killers. Most of these degenerates were beyond redemption, but John Wesley might have been a different story. I didn't learn until later that that night was in fact his birthday celebration.
Wild Bill Hickok. James Butler Hickok, also known as Wild Bill, is considered by some to be the most famous Western gunslinger of all time. He's remembered as a tall, slender man with long flowing hair and an omnipresent pair of holstered Colt 1851 Navy cap and ball revolvers. Born in Troy Grove, Illinois in 1837, he worked as a stagecoach driver, fought for the Union Army during the war, later became a scout, a lawman, an unlucky professional gambler, and a not very good actor who trod the boards with Buffalo Bill until he realized that the theater wasn't his true calling. What he did best was put outlaws, killers, ornery assholes, and drunk cowboys in their graves by filling them full of lead. Tall what now? Let's see, a tall, slender man with long flowing hair and an omnipresent pair of 1851 Colt Navy cap and ball revolvers. Let's see. The high noon showdown in the middle of the street, a staple of Hollywood westerns, was not a common occurrence. As a matter of fact, that hardly ever happened, unless Wild Bill happened to be in town. If anyone was willing to stand in the street at high noon and face someone down, that would have been William Butler Hickok. In 1876, Hickok was diagnosed by a doctor in Kansas City with trachoma, an inflammation of the eye. He was losing his ability to wait, hold on. Yeah, there it is. Oh, my controller died. Hang on. There we go. He was losing his ability to see, so his marksmanship and health were on the wane. As his finances were in trouble, he set out for Deadwood, South Dakota, where a recent gold strike had created a boom town full of drunken miners. A perfect place for a professional gambler to ply his trade. On August 2nd of that year, while playing poker in the Natal of Man's No. 10 saloon, Bill broke a rule he'd been following for years, perhaps for the first time ever. He sat with his back to the door. A former buffalo hunter named Jack McCall entered the saloon at that very moment and drew his revolver, shouting, "Damn you, take that!" and shot Bill on the spot. The bullet went right through the gunslinger's head and hit another player at the table in the wrist. Legend has it that at the moment of his death, Wild Bill was holding a pair of aces and a pair of eights, all of them black. Since then, this hand is commonly referred to as the dead man's hand. So yeah, if you play D&D and you want to have a character sit in the corner and not be edgy, just have him sit in the corner and say, "Oh, I do this so no one gets the drop on me," because if I could see everyone who walks in and out of the tavern. Hey, Rosgreaves.
I think I already mentioned that I found Hardin in this very saloon.
All right, now I'm gonna have to. Well, now I'm definitely gonna have to turn the opacity down because I want y'all to see the game. Hang on a sec. There we go. That's better. Hope y'all are having fun. I'm having a blast. This game should not be as fun as it is, but I'm having too much fun. This is so good. I want more games like this. And not like Hunt, Hunt Survival, the Showdown, whatever it is. No, I want Wild West Call of Duty style games that are stylistic like this. I love it. This is so much fun. No, it's cool. Don't worry about it. Reach for the sky, you son of a bitch. Now, I reckon I don't want to go through the front door like last time. I wonder if there's another way in. I'm sorry, are you talking shit where I can actually hear it? There. Bull's Head Saloon.
Suffice it to say, nobody there was happy to see me. In fact, I felt a certain hostility.
No, I'm afraid I don't feel like dying, so...
Crazy bastard.
Oh yeah, all kinds of crazy. How crazy am I? Oh, pretty damn crazy.
Hold still.
Oh, that's cool. If you shoot the piano, it actually plays music. That's cool. Yeah, no.
I was disappointed that neither Bob nor John Wesley were among the dead. But that was short-lived, as a moment later I was facing down the fastest gun in the West.
Yeah, one of... Yeah, he should have a ace of spades in there with the ace of clubs, because it's two, they're both black.
I felt a bolt of adrenaline. Or maybe that was fear. He was well known for his tricks, and I knew I'd need my own if I was ever to defeat him.
Ah, I didn't lean hard enough.
No, wait. He didn't hit me then. I'm sure of it.
Pixar, it didn't happen.
It's high noon.
That man was faster than greased lightning. But being inebriated as he was, he didn't count his shots. And now, he was at my mercy.
So he didn't die?
No, I sent him to prison. Years later, after he was free, some restless Avenger took his life. Shot him in the back in a saloon just like this one. Anybody up for another beer? Ben? Thank you, darling. Yeah, some say revenge is a dish best served cold.
So whatever happened to that Bob guy you were after?
Personally, I'd like to hear some of your other adventures. Like, I don't know, did you ever go toe-to-toe with a red man?
Yes, I did, Ben. I remember once I was after this renegade Apache, Grey Wolf. Strangely enough, revenge was also his primary motivation.
Please don't call Native Americans the Red Men.
A bounty was put on Grey Wolf's head, and that's how I came to hunt him in the mountains. Mountains so high they tickled the nether regions of heaven.
A long time ago on a mountain far, far away.
Grey Wolf was a Chiricahua Apache medicine man who had led a war party in revenge for a massacre against his people. The U.S. Army had attacked his tribe during his daughter's sacred sunrise ceremony, and the slaughter was unspeakable.
Now, again, I am not Native American born, so I do not know if any of that stuff he just said is true. I'm gonna hope it is, because otherwise that is horribly racist.
I understood his anger, as there's nothing more traumatic than seeing those you love die in a cruel and painful death. Right from the beginning, I couldn't shake the feeling that Grey Wolf was watching my every move. He led a band of young Apache warriors who wanted retribution and were more than willing to die for him.
Could cross that bridge, but okay, I guess I'm caught crossing the bridge. I mean, it's a death trap having to walk straight ahead like this, no cover.
They saw me before I saw them. And it crossed my mind that maybe this wasn't such a good idea. But now that the shooting had started, there was no backing down.
Well, at least they got the part about the Apaches using melee weapons too. Well, they got that part right. Because, yeah, the Apaches scalped people. So, yeah. Got that part right. Native Americans. Do I really want to read this? This is going to make me uncomfortable, isn't it? Okay. Native Americans are the indigenous people of North America. They are composed of numerous distinct Native American tribes, some of which survive to this day as cultural and political entities. According to the accepted theory, migrations of humans from Eurasia to the Americas took place approximately 12,000 years ago via the Bering Land Bridge. Many of these tribes were decimated during the 18th and 19th century as they were pushed out of their homelands by waves of settlers of European origin. As Native Americans were divided into many tribes, some of which were long-standing enemies, they were unable to unite against a common enemy, invaders armed with advanced technology. L. Frank Baum, the author of The Wizard of Oz, was among the champions of the complete eradication of the remaining Native Americans. He wrote, quote, "The whites, by law of conquest and by justice of civilization, are masters of the American continent, and the best safety of the frontier settlements will be secured by the total annihilation of the few remaining Indians." Well, fuck you, you racist piece of shit! Damn, I'm glad you're dead. It sucks that everything you created is gonna be remembered, but damn, I'm glad you're fucking dead, you racist piece of shit. Sorry. Yeah, I apologize for that, but y'all understand why I'm frustrated by that. Anyway. Mere days after the Wounded Knee Massacre, called a battle at the time, despite being nothing more than a bloodbath inflicted by American soldiers on unarmed men, women, and children, Frank Baum spoke once again, criticizing the government. Why the fuck are we citing this asshole? Whatever. Screw this L. Frank Baum guy. I don't give a shit if you created Wizard of Oz, you racist piece of shit.
It was rugged country, the winter home of the Chiricahuas. And that's why they had retreated there. I admit to having some regrets about going after them the way I did. But then again, I got a lot of those.
True enough, I can just squeeze them if I want to. Alright, we got an ad about to start. Remember, if the ads start playing and you want to keep watching the game, use the free sound alert. We have a free bit redeem called Stop.
Did you find Grey Wolf?
Not at that moment, but I did find the entrance to their hideout. Deep crevice that led to a deeper cave.
Don't tell me you went in there.
Yeah, but it's not out of bravery so much as pure, angry cussedness.
That's a new word. Angry cussedness. You mean spite? Whatever. that's a long way down. That's not how you reload a lever action, but whatever.
See, back then, I had a stubborn streak a mile wide, and I wasn't about to back down.
So it was like pitch black in there?
Actually, it was pretty well lit, as they had torches on the walls.
Wait. Glad I checked. Look at all this. Grey Wolf. Wait, that's a real dude? Wait, he's a real dude? I thought they made it up. As it happens, history does not know any... Oh, okay, never mind. History does not know any great Indian leaders bearing the name Grey Wolf. There was one chief with that name, but he was also an officer in the United States Army. George Crook made his name serving during the Civil War and the Indian Wars. He fought against the Paiute, the Sioux, and the Apaches led by Geronimo. The latter, as a token of respect for Crook, nicknamed him Nantan Lupan, which means Grey Wolf. Crook was outraged at the imprisonment of the Chiricahua Apaches who faithfully served the American army, faithfully only to be incarcerated alongside Geronimo's rebels. He made numerous appeals to Washington, but, as was expected from the U.S. government at the time, they had no effect. Of course not.
How big was his cave?
Big as hell, Ben. Chiricahua had hid out there during the Indian Wars.
Crack shots.
They thought it was haunted with the ghosts of those murdered by the horse soldiers.
The cave was haunted with dead Indian ghosts?
To be honest, I was more concerned with the live ones than the dead ones.
How come you know so much about engines?
A few years back, I was married to 2 Mescalero women.
At the same time?
Yeah, they were sisters. Polygyny is traditional among the Mescalero.
Okay, hold the fuck up. Is that a real group of Native Americans? Mescalero. Hold on. Oh shit, they are! That's a real group! The Mescalero Apache tribe. Are you kidding me? Huh. How about that? Now, I don't know if the Mescalero are polygamous, but let's see. Uh, I think you're correct, Rosgreaves. Let's see. Okay, nothing in here about about them being polygamous. However, Mescalero society was linearly. I don't know. Basically, it means if you got married, you took the woman's name, and it was the woman's family that the woman's family and lineage that were more important. So that's pretty interesting.
So what happened?
Oh, I had to get out of there. Those girls never shut up. Both of them nagging at me all the time. Drove me half crazy. Haven't seen them since.
No, I mean, what happened with Grey Wolf?
Oh, well, I pursued him into the Cave of Death.
Ray McCall. Wait, you're from one of the games! You're from one of the other games! I recognize your face. You're on the cover of one of the games. The oldest of the McCall brothers. He and his brothers were sons of a Georgia landowner who fought for the Confederacy in the Civil War. Father died in Antietam, and he and his brothers continued the fight. During the battle for Atlanta, he was demoted for insubordination after the war, made himself his name famous gunfighter, famous for his ferocity, and the antique conquistador's cuirass he wore as a breastplate. He killed many men to make that reputation and is most well known for his feud with the infamous Juarez Mendoza. Mendoza had an alcazar outside of Juarez, Mexico, and ran an army of bandits to terrorize the border for years. After years of working as a hired gun, after years of working as a hired gun, drifting from town to town, Ray McCall found his calling and became a pastor, leaving his violent life behind. However, his destiny was not to be one of peace, as he picked up his pistols again late in life to hunt down his nephew, suspected of killing his brother and wife. He died in 1884, killed by the same Juarez Mendoza with whom he crossed paths with years before. His only consolation was the knowledge Mendoza would surely follow him to the gates of hell. Surprisingly, the history books are silent on the subject of this extraordinary man, the gunslinging preacher, Ray McCall. Yeah, no, you're from one of the other games. Which one is it? There's not counting Cartel. Fuck that one. There's what is it? Call of Juarez. There's Call of Juarez, Bound in Blood, and then there's this one. So I don't know which one you're from. I'm gonna assume you're in the first two because in Bound in Blood, I remember reading way back, like years ago. I remember like randomly reading about the game. That the game ends with one of the characters becoming a preacher and the brother of that character getting married. So I guess, yeah, that's You don't look like Ray McCall. Let's see.
I came upon this flooded grotto, and that's when I saw him. He came to me unarmed and unafraid. His voice echoed in the shadows, and I sensed he meant me no harm.
You carry great darkness in your heart, and if you do not release it, it will claim your soul.
The sound of his voice put some kind of ancient Indian spell on me.
Really?
As his story unfolded in my mind.
You will come to this place again and kill many more men, and the darkness will grow until it consumes everything that you are. The soul would have no rainbow if the eye had no tears.
He said I was a great warrior, a coyote man, unequaled by any other pale-faced warrior, or something like that.
Snakes will bite shadows of your past until a venom poisons your heart, and an echo of the song of the dead summons the spirits deep from within the mountains.
I didn't quite get what he was saying, but there were definitely snakes. And indeed, his warriors surrounded me and attacked me like hungry wolverines. They couldn't stop me, though, and Grey Wolf wasn't in the mood for idle talk.
Don't you love how literally he was telling him, hey, you've been swamped by revenge. It's literally gonna kill you from the inside out. And Silas is like, I didn't understand any of that.
I swear I couldn't see any way out of this trap. But suddenly, one just appeared. Kind of like a miracle. I felt like I would be lost in that damn cave forever. Finally, I found myself back outside, perched on the edge of a precipice, overlooking a thundering whitewater river. To get where I was going required several leaps of faith, but no way in hell I was turning back. I chased after him, determined to make him explain the meaning of all that mumbo-jumbo.
Mumbo-jumbo is right. Are you making this all up as you go?
A few details may be fuzzy, brother, but I am relating exactly what happened to me. There were dozens of Apache warriors aiming at me from on high.
Dozens?
Well, maybe not dozens, but there was a lot of them.
At least 3 or 4.
Well, more than that, little lady.
Bang, bang!
I had a steep climb up creek ahead of me and scrambled up those rocks like a mountain goat. I was determined to locate Grey Wolf and find out exactly what the hell he was trying to tell me. And wouldn't you know it, that crafty son of a bitch led me right into a trap.
What kind of trap?
Well, son, there had to be at least 100 Apaches surrounding me.
100.
100?
God be my witness.
Oh, come on. Who are you kidding?
Hey, I believe you. Come on, tell us how it ended.
All right, but I'm not gonna drag this out. Where were we?
You were surrounded by 100 Apache warriors.
Well, I didn't take the time to count them exactly, but there were a lot of them.
Ow, damn. All right, let's play ball.
And in the end, a path appeared before me that I had not seen before.
Okay.
I followed it as I desperately needed to find out what Grey Wolf was trying to tell me. But it was like that son of a bitch disappeared into thin air.
Gone.
Never did find him. And never did collect my goddamn bounty.
Well, damn.
Thank you, darling. It's interesting how the truth can sometimes seem, might malleable, depending upon your point of view.
Like how those dime novels make you out to be something you're not?
Jack, don't be starting trouble.
No, he's right. They do tend to exaggerate.
Did they exaggerate your part in taking down the Daltons?
Well, I was there in the flesh, boy, so I saw what happened firsthand.
The Dalton brothers.
Those Daltons were lawmen once, before they all went bad, robbing banks and trains clear across the territory. Until Coffeeville, of course. I was one of the citizens who took up arms that day.
Fighting on the side of the riot?
I did my best, sir. We all did.
So, the Coffeeville raid. Basically, to put this in, to be blunt, to basically explain here, this is what happens when a bunch of guys try to rob a place, don't do their research, don't know what they're getting into, and everyone in the town has a gun.
It was early morning. One of my friends was a local gunsmith, and he handed out firearms to anybody who'd take one. You see, the Daltons got it in their heads to rob 2 banks at the same time. 2 banks on the same damn street. Story was Bob Dalton's girl was always writing him about how he had no ambition. Well, you're nobody next to Jesse James, she'd say. Finally, the bastard took his brothers to Coffeeville just to shut her up. Well, the locals recognized the Daltons right off. Before they could get away, half the town took up arms to defend their property.
Alright, I'm a little annoyed that they're not wearing their dusters. Because during the Coffeeville raid, all of the Daltons were wearing dusters. Yes, I can sense that there's one nearby. I'm trying to find it, game.
The brothers paid dearly for their stupidity, but everybody knows They had it coming.
There's more to it than that. I read all about that day, so I know for a fact that it went down very differently. First of all, it was high noon. A posse of U.S. deputy marshals were on the rooftop across the street.
Get ready, boys. They're gonna make a move.
The lawmen had been tracking the Daltons for months, and now they finally had them dead to rights. Among them was a bounty hunter feared by many a lawbreaker. The marshals tried to get the Daltons to surrender.
You just gotta wait to see the bitches out.
This bounty hunter knew that the brothers were far too proud to ever lay down their guns. He went in there alone to confront those criminals. One of the marshals shouted, "Where are you going? Are you crazy?"
Hey, where do you think you're going, dumbass? That rifle's mine.
But he paid him no mind. He saw a way to get around to the back of the bank.
All right, but he went in through the front. Like an idiot. Oh, it won't let me go through the front. Okay.
Then he figured out how to hit the Daltons from a direction they weren't expecting. From above. Fortunately, a water tower was right there.
I do like the music. All right, let's
From
get it.
above.
Yeah.
Fortunately, a water tower was right there. A moment later, he was climbing up a steep ladder, laughing at danger as he did. It was brave men like him who risked their lives to tame this wild country.
We've got company.
Boy.
Heroic men like him, who did what other men couldn't or wouldn't to make this country free.
Man, you were one.
Jim Bowie and Davy Crockett, who died defending the Alamo.
Damn, you were one patriotic kid. Also a nerd, but then again.
Is that Silas Greaves? Son of a bitch!
Bang, bang.
This plan cannot fail.
Coffeeville. On October 5th, 1982, the Dalton Gang appeared in their hometown of Coffeeville, Kansas. Their plan was to rob two banks at the same time. The targets were the C.M. Condon and Company's Bank and the First National Bank, located across the street from one another. Brothers Bob, Grat, and Emmett and their compadres Dick Broadwell and Bill Power split into two groups. Wearing false beards, they showed up at both banks when they opened, planning to pull off a quick double heist. One of the groups robbed their bank without incident, but the other was outfoxed by a brave bank employee who convinced the bandits that the safe was protected with a time lock which wouldn't open for another 10 minutes. They waited for it to open, and in that time, the entire town rallied against them. The citizens of Coffeeville recognized the brothers in spite of their less than clever disguises and had no intention of letting them escape with the money. A bloody gunfight broke out in the streets of Coffeeville, and the entire gang was killed, except for the youngest Dalton, Emmett, who was shot 23 times and was sentenced to life in prison. 23 times? And he lived! Jesus! He was released after 14 years. He would often say it was a U.S. Marshal, Heck Thomas, who pushed the Daltons into attempting that crazy plan by tracking them so relentlessly. The Coffeyville robbery was supposed to be the gang's ticket out of a life of crime. Instead, it was a ticket to the cemetery for most of them.
Over there!
That's Silas Greaves.
What the hell?
Bland. Came away victorious, taking down those thieving dogs. His name was Silas Greaves, and when the dust finally settled, he was the last man standing.
Sorry, kid, but that just wasn't the way it happened. It was early evening, not high noon. I was late to the party, and Coffeyville was already up in arms. Dalton's blew up a safe, and we're all set to hightail it out of there.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Those pathetic deputies surrounding the bank were dropping like flies. I had been tracking those jokers for months, waiting for them to do something reckless. And finally, they did. Those stupid bastards decided to rob 2 banks at the same time in the same town where everybody knew them. But they still had friends in Coffeyville.
You can't get me. Ain't bothered me none.
Freeze, dirtbags!
Those friends came after me like a pack of wild dogs, tooth and nail. They were coming at me from all directions. I caught sight of the Daltons running with the money and didn't want to lose them. Problem was, they knew the town better than I did. And to top it off, I found myself in the middle of another shootout entirely.
Did the Daltons hole up in somebody's house?
No, it was the Smiths, I believe. They were cousins of the Daltons. And they were shooting at the Browns, who were shooting at the Daltons. Which wasn't any surprise, because those 2 families have been feuding forever. And since the Joneses are related to the Browns, they shot at the Smiths, pissing off the Heimhoffers, whose daughter recently married a Smith.
Wow.
Well, bullets were flying every which way as all the old feuds in Kansas caught fire all at once. There was a hell of a lot of pissed off people in Coffeyville that day. But that's just the way life is sometimes. Shit happens.
I agree with this point. At this point, if this is Grit, if like Grit's a cowboy trying to maintain law and order, what criminal's gonna try to, what criminal's gonna try to do anything with Grit on patrol? Your guns don't work on him, and he can basically rip the roofs off buildings. The Daltons. Again, can we talk about the fact that Emmett Dalton got shot 23 times and survived? I'm gonna assume that they counted like a lot of grazing wounds as getting shot. It's 23 times? Yeah, basically,
The
Red
Dalton
Mage.
boys knew I would never give up. Those Daltons weren't the sharpest knives in the drawer, but they always stood together. They set a trap to slow me down and allow at least 2 of them to escape.
Ah. How am I supposed to avoid that? Like that. Whoa! Okay.
was Emmett, the youngest, and he decided to stand his ground and face me down.
I ain't afraid of you, Silas Greaves. This is where it ends for you.
He was determined to protect his brothers. I understood how it felt. Taking me on all by his lonesome wasn't exactly a recipe for a long life.
Hey, Meeps.
Digi modified. Expansion activate.
Gonna send you to the bone.
Well, this would explain how Emmett got shot 23 times in this world.
I'm gonna cut you in half. Gonna beat you like a red-headed stepchild.
I'm sorry, what the fuck did you just say to me? Did y'all catch that? I don't know if y'all heard what he said. He said, and I quote, "I'm gonna beat you like a red-headed stepchild." Wow. Wow. Okay. Damn, Emmett. All right.
But Emmett Dalton survived the robbery in Coffeyville. He's the only Dalton who did.
They say he was shot 23 times.
Well, Dwight, who do you think put all those damn holes in him? But I have to admit, that boy had grit.
All right.
We'll get those suckers.
It took me a couple of days to track the Daltons down.
They can't get away with this.
And in that time, a whole posse of local vigilantes offered to lend a hand.
We'll track them to the ends of the earth.
They seemed as determined as me to find those outlaws. But as we headed into those swamps, it was like I had my own private army. There was no way those boys were getting away this time.
It was early fall, right? Beautiful time of year. At least you had the weather on your side.
Not by my recollection. It was damp and foggy as hell. It was tough to stay on a true course, so we kept an eye out for landmarks. It was autumn. The maple trees were in full color, red as blood. The rains that year were torrential, so the whole area was flooded. The vigilantes had spread out wide, and pretty soon I couldn't see anybody.
I hate levels like this.
Except for some bitches ahead of me wanting to do me harm, so I had to face them alone. I wondered why my compatriots didn't come running when they heard the shots.
Unless they're dead already.
So did you find the Daltons?
Not yet, but I did have the questionable pleasure of meeting a few of their friends.
I love this little slamming effect where I just reload faster.
Bastard!
Yeah, you didn't need that arm.
You just did your man.
The boys had established quite a reputation by that time, so they attracted all manner of riffraff to their cause.
Bang! Bang!
Put a bullet in.
Got him. Damn! I don't know how I did that.
He and I was under serious attack.
I know, right? One old school Southern saying. Which one? Because I am Southern, so which saying? Because there's quite a few of them. I've been saying a lot of them. Also, how do I say your name? How do I say your name? Eob? I don't know how to say them. How do I say your name? But yeah, which Southern saying? I've heard quite a few already. Ow.
My reinforcements was nowhere to be seen.
Like a redheaded, yeah. I've actually, I still hear it to this day. The redheaded stepchild line. I still hear it to this day, actually.
Somebody kill that sumbitch!
Some bitch. Bang! Bang!
You're dead!
Oh yeah, I saw how much air that got. 3? Okay. Well, welcome, 3. It's your first time chatting. Please make yourself at home. Oh, I see. Sadly, you can't see me right now, 3. I'm currently using my Cowboy Impmon OC, but he's really big right now, so you can't really see his face and everything. But yeah, I do have the Cowboy Impmon OC. But yeah, I'm Zaruk Windcaller. I play games with a strong memory connection to me and my community, and a friend of mine told me to check out this, and I love this game. I wish there were more like it. I'm having a blast, literally.
But luckily, a barn materialized as if right before my eyes. I scrambled up top to get a better view.
I never get to see you using him. Well, I don't use him much right now because we haven't been doing Digimon stuff, but you can see him now. If we get to the end of the stream and I'm still really big, I'll show you. Promise, meats.
But just ended up falling inside.
So, how did you get out?
The barn doors was open. About right then, I saw some suspicious characters running for the bushes. Of course, I followed them. But that goddamn swamp was like a goddamn maze, and pretty soon I had no goddamn idea where I was. Steve?
Steve.
Steve? Steve?
Huh? Oh, no, I'm listening.
Indians surrounded me from all sides.
Really? We go back to Indians, yeah.
Or Indians?
No. I just wanted to make sure Steve was paying attention. Now, where was I?
You were following the Daltons through a swamp?
That's right. See, Steve? Dwight's paying attention.
No, I'm listening. I was just resting my eyes.
Uh-huh.
So, where was I?
The Daltons.
Right. See, there's a reason so many outlaw gangs are made up of brothers. Being a brother is a very sacred thing. It's a bond like no other.
Well, now you can see my face. And the reason I'm kind of see-through is so y'all can see the game.
Bounty hunter! Stop that,
So did you ever find the damn Daltons?
Not yet. But I did find a few of their cousins. Kansans breed like rabbits. More Smiths or Heimhoffers or who knows what. But hell, what's more important than family? I'll bet Ben knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, you want to play with dynamite? Here you go. No thanks, I know what happens to bodies that get buried in the swamp. I'd rather not get buried here, thanks. Am I?
You can't get me.
Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I can't believe I keep missing. Where are you? Here, you know what? Screw this. Catch. Got him. Then let it be you.
That's it for you. That's it for you.
There you go. I think we're clear. Let's keep moving.
those Dalton boys were out there somewhere, standing together against anyone who would threaten them. And that's when I saw it. A goddamn steamboat.
A steamboat in a swamp?
Yeah, Steve, but this wasn't much more than a wreck, really.
But how'd a damn steamboat end up in the swamps?
Guess it floated off during the flood of '89.
Now, was it a stern wheeler or a side wheeler?
What? Does that really make a difference, Steve? It was a steamboat with a goddamn army on board.
Wait, the Pride of St. Louis. Hold on. Pretty sure that's a real ship. Hold on. Nope. There's a few movies called The Pride of St. Louis, but no steamboat. All right, well, since I'm back to my starting height, let me turn my thing back on so y'all can see me full opacity. There you go, one Cowboy Impmon at your service. All right, back to it.
It was then that a fusillade of bullets come raining down from on high, and those vigilantes who accompanied me weren't anywhere to be found.
That's a
Among those
freaking
men
Gatling.
that were shooting at me, I thought I saw some familiar faces.
Yeah, where am I supposed to go? That's a Gatling gun. Ah. Got him. That takes care of the Gatling for now. Got him. Moving on. Oop. There it is. Old West steamboats. Alright, let's get aboard.
Somewhere up there, the Daltons were waiting on me.
Oh, I see what we're doing. Wait a minute, can I? Ah, I thought I could shoot the lock off the door. That'd be cool.
Sounds like you don't give up too easy.
That's the kind of man I am, Ben. I set out to do something.
I do it.
Surrender just ain't in my nature. Plus, I'm stubborn as hell.
Got it. The Gatling gun. Oh, I can't use it. Don't need to hide. Got a gun. Why hide when you got a gun? Wait a minute. Nope.
Right about then, much to my relief, the vigilantes finally arrived. Their leader motioned at a cabin in the middle of the top deck, pointing me directly at the Daltons. I finally had them, after months of dogged pursuit. But it turned out that they had me.
Take him out! I'm sending you to hell!
The Daltons had played me like a fiddle. Apparently, the vigilantes were on their damn payroll. They didn't just want to shoot me. They wanted to burn me alive. But finding my way out of a burning labyrinth proved to be quite a challenge.
It was a riverboat, right? I mean, it's not like it was a goddamn ocean.
Well, yeah, but I was in a fight.
Hear about that ship that's gonna launch next year? Largest one in the world.
You're talking about the Titanic. If you ask me, it's too blessed big. I don't think it'll even float.
So anyway...
Don't be stupid, Steve. They know what they're doing. They say that the Titanic is unsinkable.
Oh, God.
But getting back to that steamboat, how'd you get off it, Mr. Breed?
I took in a lot of smoke that day, so I admit my recollection might be a bit hazy. But somehow I managed to finally disembark. It was time to settle this once and for all.
So I fired again, and I missed, and then I missed again. And then I fired again, and then I missed.
Missed both
then I
times.
fired, and then I fired, and I missed.
I missed both times. This went on for several hours. Oh, this is so much fun. Old West turret section.
Bob and Grat weren't about to come at me one at a time. They were in this together.
Blood for the blood god!
Two brothers side by side, determined to take me down. Confident that this time the odds were on their side. They got it wrong. A sad end for those two. If they'd only known that Emmett was still alive despite his wounds. Paroled 14 years later, he moved to California and sold real estate and lived off the legend of that fateful day. And the tragic death of his two brothers.
That's actually true. He did get out and like start doing real estate stuff. Pretty sure that's true. So
My own brothers died tragically as well, truth be told.
Wild Bunch. Juarez, 1868.
It was 1868, and me and my older brothers were pulling a tidy profit running cattle into Juarez, Mexico. One night after my brothers retired for the evening, I found a little poker game in a cantina with a couple of cowboys. And I just couldn't lose. I even won an old Spanish coin that had to be 100 years old. Well, I was mighty pleased with myself the next morning as my brothers and I rode for Texas. But before we crossed the border, those cowboys caught up with us. It was Johnny
The
Ringo,
bananas has gone
Roscoe
bad.
Bob Bryant, and another asshole named Jim. They wanted their money back and everything else we had, including our lives, as those boys didn't want us coming for them later. Bob put that old Spanish coin in my mouth and said, "I won't have it said that I left you with nothing, boy." Well, those horses bolted, and there we hung as those bastards rode away. The branch finally snapped under the weight of the three of us, but being my older brothers were bigger and heavier, they were already dead. And right then I swore to myself that I would avenge them. Ringo you know about. But Bob eluded me, until I heard he was riding with the Wild Bunch.
Led by Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, the Wild Bunch was the West's last famous outlaw gang.
I'd been on their trail for months, ever since they left their hideout in the Bighorn Mountains. Led by Butch Cassidy, they were a loose association of outlaws who robbed banks and trains from Colorado to Montana. Among them was the Sundance Kid, and that murderous hombre I was tracking, Roscoe Bob Bryant.
Were you a part of that giant Pinkerton posse after the Wild Bunch?
No, boy. A circus like that would have slowed me down. Besides, I wanted Bryant all to myself.
All to myself.
I'd heard about a large shipment of gold being transported to Wilcox, Wyoming on the Overland Flyer. I figured the Wild Bunch would likely hit such a treasure, and by God, I figured right. They blew the bridge with the intention of forcing the train to stop. Well, I assumed the Wild Bunch was likely in the still intact part of the train high above, so I had no choice but to make my way up through the passenger cars dangling down. I was determined to make that sumbitch Bob pay for what he did to my brothers.
Yeah, well, that's what happens. Y'all are like, that's usually what happens. I get made really big, and then y'all decide, let's just shrink him off the screen. You know, so people think that there's not a VTuber playing, I guess. Oh, shit. Out, 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 out! Ooh, I was close. Wait a minute.
I found the device they used to blow the tracks, so I knew I was headed in the right direction.
Oh, I honestly thought something else was gonna blow up.
My ears are still ringing from blowing up that ridge.
All right, we got an ad break. I'm gonna go get some more water. I'll be right back. So y'all hang tight. Be right back. Gonna get water. I'm here and I brought more water. Sounds cool, Guillemon. Wait, did the PNG thing go off? I don't look that much bigger. Did it go off? Hang on. Oh, it did? Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. All right. Ad's finishing up. No one told me to stop, so we're going to keep going.
What'd you say? I can't hear a goddamn thing.
Well, I made my way off unscathed and came upon a few members of the gang and had no choice but to dispatch them.
Oh, yeah, happy birthday.
From there, I had to negotiate an even more precarious route. First, I would need to get my ass out of there.
Oh. Well, happy birthday regardless. Happy belated birthday.
Whoa. I jumped from the frying pan into the fire as the train was clearly fixing to fall. I found the gang, but in order to find old Bob, I needed to fight my way forward past a whole passel of desperados. Outside, inside, any way I could, I made my way towards my prey.
And what about the passengers?
It was mostly a freight train, as I recall. There were no passengers aboard that day. As I mentioned before, I am not fond of heights. But I was too busy dodging bullets to worry about falling to my death. Odds were I was likely to die that day anyway. So I was determined to take down as many of those bastards as I could.
Pissing me off! That must have hurt! Yeah, you know you can't.
At times, it was like shooting ducks in a shooting gallery. The only difference is these damn ducks shot back.
And they didn't quack when you shot them. It took a lot of the fun out. George Flatnose Curry. The wildest of the wild bunch. Kid Curry, as he was called. Your nose isn't flat. Nice. Good job, Guillemon.
I kept hoping the law would show up and give me a hand.
You mean like that giant Pinkerton posse that I read about? Did they come riding with guns ablazing to help?
Help? From the Pinkertons? No, son. I had to fight the wild bunch all by my lonesome, as usual.
Who the hell is that? Damn! Take cover! Retreat!
Okay, we all know Silas is an unreliable narrator at this point.
He's killing everybody! Now you're dead. Kill us all!
Knock, knock. Hole in the wall. Oh.
My guess is those dime novels didn't portray this as it happened, did they? Only a few stragglers were left. I had to cut them down pronto if I was going to stay on old Bob's trail.
Daka 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 daka. Daka 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 daka. Daka 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 daka. Daka daka daka. Y'all probably didn't hear that. I literally heard a dude yell, "This guy's a psycho!" Oh, what was your first clue?
Once I silenced all those guns, I went searching for my nemesis, determined to finally have my justice. But the only survivor who welcomed me was George Flat-Nosed Curry.
Who was he?
The fastest gun in the gang. Right after Sundance, I mean. And Kid Curry, and maybe Elsie Lay. Though some folks might dispute that.
Oh, we got each other. But you're moving. Ah, too fast.
It's high noon.
Got it.
On that very same day, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid decided to leave the Wild Bunch behind and decamped for South America. They ended up living down there for many years, but I'm sure you already know all about that.
Very nice. Oh, just to let y'all know, no stream tomorrow. No Dragon Quest stream because my oldest cousin is getting married, so I'm gonna have to go to a wedding tomorrow, so no stream. I'll be back tomorrow night, but not in time to stream, so that's why we're going a little bit longer today.
I tried to find Bob Bryant, but it was as if he'd disappeared. Sometime later, I heard the Wild Bunch was back together. Kid Curry escaped from jail, and now he was running the whole shebang. So I took to their trail, as I was still in pursuit of my brother's killer and hoped that he was back with him.
Thanks, Red Mage.
That kid Curry's kind of crazy, ain't he?
Don't let him hear you saying that.
Anyways, I tracked those boys to a camp right outside Parachute, Colorado. Being outnumbered, I didn't bother with a warning shot. I just started taking those bastards down.
I'm in here.
Old Bob wasn't among them, and neither was Kid Curry. I could sense him close by, however, plotting something nasty. I just needed a clue as to their whereabouts.
Engine modified! Expansion activate!
Butch Cassidy. Robert Leroy Parker adopted the name Cassidy in honor of his mentor, Mike Cassidy. The nickname Butch was earned when he worked as a butcher in Rock Springs, Wyoming. History remembers him not as a rancher or a butcher, but rather as the leader of one of the Wild West's most notorious gangs. It was known as the Wild Bunch by some. Others called them the Hole in the Wall Gang. Butch was considered calm and sensible for a man of his profession, and because of that, the Wild Bunch boasted the longest streak of successful bank and train robberies in history. Today, Butch Cassidy is always remembered together with his friend and partner, the Sundance Kid. Both were forced to leave the country to take refuge in Bolivia. That's also where they died in 1908, surrounded in their own house by a band of Bolivian soldiers and officers. One of the two. It's impossible to know who killed his wounded friend and then committed suicide. It was never proved beyond any doubt that the two dead Americans were indeed Cassidy and Sundance. One version of the story has Cassidy returning to the United States under a false name to die as late as 1936. One thing is certain, though. Both men are most definitely dead, even as their legend goes on.
I found one. A map with their bold plan clearly marked. This time they were fixing to blow up a train trestle. Property of the Union Pacific. The plan clearly indicated how they were fixing to undermine several of the weakest wooden supports. Kid Curry was considered the wildest of the Wild Bunch. It was said that he fathered 85 bastard children, though some say it was only 5. Kid Curry had bragged to a whore how he was gonna rob a train heading to the U.S. Mint in Denver. And that whore, Fat Sally, she told me. The bridge was rigged with dynamite, so I decided I'd best be careful confronting those bastards. And I made it a point to remove any dynamite that I came across. A moment later, I saw a ladder that somehow had escaped my attention.
Don't you blow us up now.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Do you now? Do you now?
But the Wild Bunch did not take kindly to my presence and attempted to blow my head off. It appeared the kid had found a number of new recruits to bolster their ranks. Guess there's always desperate men willing to trade their lives for stolen treasure.
What happened next?
Well, having removed the first bundle of dynamite, I decided I might as well remove the other one. Once that was done, I figured I'd find my way from there.
Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. I can't go pew, 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 but it's because these are pistols, so it's bang, bang, bang.
Oh no.
Bang.
So, what happened then?
Had to remove more of that damn dynamite.
It must have been terrifying trying to make your way across.
I was sweating it a bit, but then I noticed a footbridge tied up on high, so I shot the rope.
I do love that kind of storytelling in a game where, like, the game doesn't need to give you objectives for every damn thing. The narrator, whoever, will basically say, this is what I did, and then you figure it out. Woo! Ow.
So that was all the dynamite?
Funny you should mention that, darling. As actually, there was a fourth charge impeding my progress. Once I removed it, my path was pretty clear.
All right, enough of this. Bang! You'll die first, so don't really bother me none. Aha!
So I proceeded onward to realize that that way just wasn't gonna work. I needed an alternate path forward.
Right there. How do I get it? This'll work. Hup. Alright, down we go. Got it. Kid Curry. Harvey Logan, a.k.a. Kid Curry, was known as the wildest of the Wild Bunch. He earned that honor because of his cold and merciless behavior. Never hesitated before shooting anyone and would have gone out of his way to always have his revenge. William Pinkerton, who took charge of the Pinkerton Detective Agency after the death of his father, wrote this about him. He has not one single redeeming feature. He is the only criminal I know of who does not have one single good point. Let's see, got it. Uh-oh. All right. Oop!
Of course, I had to tread carefully. Otherwise, I could, well, die.
Like that, I died. Oh, over there.
Luckily, I found a cave, and as I made my way back to the bridge, I saw something that concerned me. It was a long, burning fuse, and it was moving fast as hell. I had to catch it.
I'll get it after I get this. History more important than game.
Would have been unfortunate.
Damn it. I said history more important than game. Let me get the pickup. Victory's mine. Got it. Now we can chase it.
burning fuse was so damn quick, I had to run like the wind. I almost had it, but no. Thought I was gonna have a coronary when I lost sight of those sparks. My heart was pounding like a sledgehammer. I knew that failure meant boom. Then, finally, at the last moment. Whew. Of course, I was successful, or clearly I wouldn't be talking to you folks here today. Naturally, I removed the last dynamite charge.
Well, it was a touching reunion.
But by this time, I was thoroughly exhausted and dragging my ass as I was not a young man anymore.
Kill that SOB! Make him bleed!
Finally, I found those boys. Or more precisely, they found me.
He's crazy! Curry ass
Whoa! I heard one of the dudes literally say he's nuttier than a damn fruitcake.
Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, Kid Curry opened up on me with a goddamn Gatling gun. It was hidden in this tunnel and pretty well shielded. Luckily, I had located some dynamite. I still, however, had my work cut out for me.
Whoa.
Shit, I gotta reload? You can't beat me!
Probably not like this, I can't. But if I get closer... Oh, bullshit! He can hit me like that. Come on now. Fine.
What are you? Yellow? Mistake you'll ever make! Hold him off while I reload! It's not fair! Damn it, I need to get out of here! Come on, boys! Take this sumbitch out! That smells like a killie!
Ooh, I was close.
You can't beat me! Get out of here! Like this, cocksucker! Move it, boys! Digi modified! Mistake you'll ever make!
Yeah.
Yeah! Beat that bastard!
Eventually, I brought that tunnel down. And that's when I met Kid Curry himself. He had decided to stop pussyfooting around and deal with me personally.
So I shot him.
It's high noon.
As fast as he was, I was just a bit faster.
Even in my old ass age.
And as he lay wounded, I demanded to know the whereabouts of Roscoe Bob Bryant. He shouted at me. Is that what this is about? Bob went with Butch and Sundance to South America. You ain't never finding him.
Nice.
Those were his last words.
So, Bob Bryant got away?
I knew I'd never find him in South America.
What about the other killer?
Yeah, you kind of glossed over that one.
Well, I found Jim not long after my showdown with Ringo. At the time, he was riding with the James Younger gang. Did I neglect to mention that?
Jesse James.
Jesse James? The greatest outlaw who ever lived?
Jesse and his kin rode with Quantrill when he raided Lawrence, Kansas, and killed near 200 people, boy.
Nothing great about that.
And from there, him and his brother went on to rob banks and trains from Kansas to Missouri.
Which is why there was such a rich bounty on their heads. 40 grand for both of them, dead or alive. That's one hell of a payday.
We already dealt with Billy the Kid. And no, the greatest outlaw is Jesse James.
I confronted them as they were robbing a train. Bullets were flying at me from every which way. But I knew I'd have to fight my way forward if I was gonna find this Jim.
Where? Oh.
You can't fight James, gang!
Sure I can.
Now wait a second. Now, how'd they stop this train in the first place?
Well, the James boys were experts at this.
They were. Legend was he could stop a train by staring it down. Jesse James.
They hopped a freight train having heard there was a big payroll in the express safe. So, I hopped the same train. The James Younger gang was decimated after that little fiasco they had in Northfield, Minnesota.
Hang on, what is this, a sawed-off rifle? Ah, nah, I'll take the normal rifle then.
So Jesse needed more men and took on the killer I was after, along with a host of others. I was hoping to find my man and put a bullet in his head.
Now, of course, trying that these days would result in being turned into a human jigsaw puzzle by the sheer weight and momentum of the train.
Correct.
100 damn bucks before I
The
reached
James
that.
Younger gang pulled the first train robbery west of the Mississippi.
Sounds like you hold them in high regard.
Everyone knows they were the most famous outlaw gang ever.
And you took them all on by your lonesome. Again. I'm finding this all a little hard to swallow, friend.
Jesse James. Jesse Woodson James is probably the Wild West's most celebrated outlaw, famous when he was alive, but attained the status of a legend upon death. Despite enjoying a reputation worthy of Robin Hood, when his facts of history are examined, it's clear he wasn't much more than a thief and a murderer. As a teenager, Jesse and his brother Frank fought as Confederate guerrillas during the Civil War alongside the infamous William Quantrell and his Raiders. Some believe Jesse took part in the massacre of some 200 men and boys in Lawrence, Kansas. Yet no, he did. That's been confirmed recently, he did. After the war, Jesse, like many disaffected former Southern sympathizers, loser, traitor, turned to banditry and continued to wage his own private war. Until 1876, Jesse, Frank, and the younger brothers robbed banks and trains as the James Younger Gang. Their legendary run came to a bloody conclusion when they tried to rob the First National Bank of Northfield, Minnesota. 2 of the gang were left dead, Cole ended up in prison, and only Frank and Jesse escaped unscathed. 3 years later, Jesse James founded a new gang, but these new members weren't battle-hardened war veterans. Frank had left the gang, and without his sure hand, Jesse became paranoid and mistrustful. His concerns were well-founded. However, as someone he trusted betrayed him most grievously. On April 3rd, 1882, after breakfast with his family, Jesse decided to wipe some dust off a photograph hanging on his living room wall. He unbuckled his revolver belt and climbed a chair while his friend Robert Ford, hoping to collect a bounty, put a bullet in the back of Jesse's head. Thus, Jesse James joined other Wild West luminaries like Wild Bill Hickok and John Wesley Hardin, who died from a gunshot in the back.
Well, maybe you need to wash it down with some whiskey. By the way, did I mention that that train was flying down those tracks like a bat out of hell?
Bang! 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 Hey, Cataclysm! Welcome, Raiders! Welcome, one and all. I'm trying out something different tonight. I'm playing Call of Juarez, Gunslinger, so I had to switch over to my Cowboy Impmon to play the role. Hope y'all are enjoying yourselves. Y'all know me, Zaruk Windcaller, variety streamer. So sit back and relax as I have some more cowboy action. Ow. There we go. Knock, knock.
Anyway, excuse me, Ben. Where would I find the gentleman's facilities? Suddenly I have an urgent need to drain my one-eyed snake. Well, I've had more than a few drinks, and I've been sitting here for quite a spell.
Right through there. Let me show you. I never heard so much malarkey in my life.
You think he's bullshitting us?
You don't think he's Silas Greaves?
I think he's just some old drunk looking for some free liquor.
I don't know, Jack. I think I believe him. You don't think he met Jesse James?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That story makes no sense at all.
Jack.
I mean, you gotta be 2 bricks short of a load to believe that cock and bull story.
I don't agree.
Jack, lay off the bar.
But you seriously think that
My
tired
guns-
old man went toe-to-toe with Jesse James?
I mean, my guns can heal, or they can harm, depending on what kind of bullets I'm using. Yes, they did. Cataclysm's correct. The same people who made Dead Island and Dying Light made this game. And I feel... and they're a Polish company, I believe. And I feel really bad because Call of Juarez is such a cool concept. I really wish they'd bring it back.
Well, that's better. Did I mention that this Jim was married to the infamous Belle Starr? Of course, I didn't learn that until later. Anyway, I made my way forward the best I could. Around the sides, over the roof. some sumbitch saw me and shouted out, "It's the damn Pinkertons!"
It's the damn Pinkertons!
Now, I never worked for that limey cocksucker, but I guess they assumed I was one of his assassins. Those evil bastards firebombed Jesse's mother's house and killed his stepbrother.
That's true.
So it's no wonder each and every asshole on that train wanted to be dead.
And that is true. The Pinkertons did firebomb Jesse's family. But then again, considering the Pinkertons were literally sent out to arrest a dude who had a Magic the Gathering card early, are you all that surprised? Evil West co-op. What is Evil West? Never heard of it.
You know who we are?
Like this, but with vampires. You have my attention.
Everybody's always mistaking you for somebody else, aren't they? Why is that, I wonder?
Don't rightly know, Jack. I'm just telling you how I remember.
I bet you are.
I'll kill you!
You will try. Oh, don't that look comfy? Oh, well, I guess I slid.
It was a rickety ride and quite precarious.
I slid through the cracks.
You can't hide!
Who's hiding? Whoops! Hey!
I came across a flat car piled high with logs and had to come up with a creative way to make my way forward.
Ah, dang it. Okay, they're using, they've got Quicksilver revolvers now, or Quickshot revolvers now.
Come out, you yellow bastard!
First of all, I'm purple, not yellow. Second of all... Oh, that's handy.
Right about then, I was attacked by some asshole on a Gatling gun.
Yeah, seems like you run into a lot of them.
Asshole?
Gatling guns.
Yes, I did. Now, I don't remember how I took it out. It was either a bullet or dynamite.
Where would you find dynamite?
Does it really matter, Jack? You're messing with the flow of the story here.
There we go. Where would you find dynamite? Right here. A little bit of everything around here. Daka, 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 daka. Daka, 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 daka. You know who we are? Yeah, you're a bunch of dead men. a dose of terminal lumbago. It's very serious. There we go.
I was looking for Jim and shooting any son of a bitch stupid enough to get in my way. And that included Jesse James himself. There sure were a lot of men determined to die that day.
Yeah.
It was then that Jesse detached the express car from the rest of the damn train. I could see Jesse waiting for me, fixing to kill me so he could get away with all that money.
You had a showdown with Jesse James?
Of course he didn't. Everybody knows that Jesse was killed by Bob Ford.
Yeah. Jesse went out like John Wesley Hardin. Coward shot him in the back of the head.
Guess it doesn't matter how far you run, does it, Ben? Your past always catches up with you. Yeah, I didn't kill Jesse James. Just wounded him bad enough to convince him to hang up his guns.
Which Jesse...
What about that Jim fella?
Jesse did do.
What happened to him?
I figure he was up front with a gun to the engineer's head. That bastard slipped away again. I'll tell you how I got him. But first, I need to wet my whistle.
Now, Jesse did hang up his gun. That is true. So... Anyway, I need to turn the opacity back on a bit. Just a little bit. I think we're almost done with the game, actually. We might just finish it tonight. That should be fun. Yeah, wet my whistle. Let's see, hang on. All right, let's finish this thing up. Yeah, I think we're almost done because we're getting we're working our way up to 1910.
After my showdown with Jesse, I continued to track his brother, Frank, and that son of a bitch, Jim. I followed those bastards into the high mountains as they were going to ground.
What mountains would that be?
Somewhere in the Ozarks, I believe. The perfect place to hide out from the authorities. In fact, before I could find them, some Indians who fled the Reds and were hiding out from the military found me first. They probably thought I was a cavalry scout and didn't want me telling the military where they were.
Indians?
Yeah, they could have been Cheyenne, but there was all sorts of renegades roaming the landscape back then.
That's true, but nah. And also, for those who weren't here earlier, I'm not...
another whiskey, Ben. Nothing better to soothe the troubled soul.
I'm not going to read it again, but Just for the people who weren't here to know it, do you guys know that the person who wrote Wizard of Oz was a raving racist? And thought that we should have genocided all the Native Americans? Yeah, you're welcome.
Now, where was I? Indians, right. I had more than my share of run-ins with the Red Man. Like that time... Did I tell you about Grey Wolf?
Yes, sir.
Ah, of course I did. In fact, I can still remember that old medicine man's words to me.
Jesus Christ, we're back to that again.
You carry great darkness in your heart. It will claim your soul. You will come to this place again and kill many more men. And the darkness will grow until it consumes everything you are.
So, did you ever find him? Who? The man you are after.
Let me ask you something, Ben. You ever think about death?
Mr. Greaves, are you all right?
Ooh, death.
Silas!
Ooh, death.
Oh, great.
Won't you spare me over till another year? What is this that I can't see with ice cold hands taking hold of me? Oh, death. Oh, death. Won't you spare me over till another year? Well, I am death, none can excel. I'll open the door to heaven or hell. Oh, death, someone would pray. Could you wait to call me another day? Oh, death, won't you spare me over till another year?
So, are you gonna answer the question?
What question is that?
Jim Reed. Did you ever find him?
Reed was indeed that son of a bitch's surname. That's right, Ben. A despicable character. I remember him laughing like a hyena that cold morning they lynched me and my brothers. He was intent on avoiding my vengeance, but nothing was gonna stop me.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Okay, I was kidding. I didn't think he was gonna go that hammy. Frank James.
I finally did track those outlaws down. They had long rifles with scopes and were well positioned to pick off any poor soul who came anywhere close.
Oh. Man, this is nuts.
I'm guessing Frank James believed I was responsible for the demise of his brother Jesse. I couldn't really disagree with the man, as I thought Jesse was dead then as well. He backed off as I closed in on him, but he was still intent on killing me. And when I closed in on him again, he backed off again, looking for a better angle on me. Hell, I can't fault Frank for wanting his revenge, as I was there for the same damn reason myself. At this point, I'm guessing you think Silas Greaves is a worse murderer than Jim Reed ever was.
No, sir.
A man who spent half his life killing somebody's brothers, fathers, sons.
I think you were just looking for justice, sir.
Is that what I was looking for, Dwight? Is that what it was? Justice?
Isn't that why you were hunting the James gang?
The James gang. Right. I finally found Frank holed up in his mountain cabin, and he was determined to have me dead.
And for a while, I think he did kill me.
It was a pitched battle that could have gone either way. Luckily, I had some dynamite in my possession.
Dynamite? On your person?
A few sticks, just in case. It's always good to be prepared.
Right.
I'm just laying out the facts as I remember them, Jack.
And that son of a bitch! Die! Take him out! He's just one man! I want that bastard dead!
Oh, I'm not afraid, Mr. Frank. Just reloading. Bye-bye, Frank.
That old shack? Well, it went tumbling right off that cliff.
With Frank James still in it?
Yes, sir.
But Frank James is still alive, living in Missouri, showing folks around the family farm for 25 cents a tour.
I didn't say he died in the fall, now did I?
I'm done with this damnable outlaw life. Kill me, don't kill me, do what you will. At this point, I just don't give a shit.
I explained to Frank that I had nothing against him personally and that I was looking for someone else.
You want Reed? Have at him. I never did like that bastard. I am done here.
We parted in peace as Frank pointed out the path to my prey before making his way back down the hill.
Oh god, that would be funny. You could just shoot him and get a game over.
So what happened with Reed?
Well, I finally found the last of the gang hiding in a nearby cave. First, I had to dispatch the lookouts, as I was determined not to let that murderer escape my revenge again. But rather than wander in willy-nilly, I decided it would be better to smoke that sumbitch out. Hey, Reed! I shouted. No wonder you're so ornery. Can't be easy being married to Belle Starr. While you're off providing for the family, she's spreading her legs for every Tom, Dick, and Cole Younger. Not an attractive woman exactly, but very friendly. At least she was to me.
Son of a bitch!
He took exception to that.
It was then that the last bunch of bandits jumped out of hiding.
Why won't this asshole give up? Would someone please kill him?
I don't think he knows who we are.
Does it matter? Those bullets don't belong to you. Doesn't matter. I'd be happy to give them back. Wow.
I had waited a long time to face him down, so I could repay him for what he did to my brothers.
Got him.
And repay him I did.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster. And then there was one.
Well, I don't know about you boys, but I'm pretty beat.
Well, it's too damn bad you never found that Bob character. Seems a shame he never had to pay.
Well, funny thing about that, I did have one more chance at him.
Back to episode 7 in the Wild Bunch.
6 months ago, I heard that Butch and Sundance were back in the States and had gathered up some of their old gang. I tracked them down, hoping that Roscoe Bob Bryant had returned with them.
So you're saying they didn't die down in Bolivia?
That's what I'm saying.
The good, the bad, and the dead.
For 40 years I had waited to get my hands on the last of my brother's killers. Not even an army of demons could have stopped me now. Both Johnny Ringo and Jim Reed fell fairly quickly. But the last one, Roscoe Bob Bryant. That son of a bitch had managed to escape my vengeance time and time again. I couldn't even be certain I'd recognize him after all those years. By now, he had to be close to 70.
For all you know, he could have been dead.
That thought had indeed crossed my mind, as did others.
Find Butch
For
Cassidy,
instance,
Sundance Kid.
did my thirst for vengeance turn me into something worse than the man I was after? By this point in my storied career, I had killed more men than Bob Bryant ever had. I was furious as hell at that bastard for making me who I am. A man with no family, no friends. Nothing could stop me from taking his life. I'd been after that killer forever. From the time I rode with Billy the Kid. But that chapter of my story you already know.
Chapter of that fairy tale, you mean?
Wait, Dwight Eisenhower? So wait, the kid's Dwight Eisenhower? Grew up in Abilene? Wow, grew up in Abilene, Kansas. Really? So Dwight, the one asking the questions, is Dwight David Eisenhower? Future president and also future Supreme Allied Commander? Wow, that's cool as hell.
Suddenly, it was 1910. There I was, an old man roaming a ghost town dead almost 2 decades. The town was falling apart, just like me. But I wasn't about to call it quits.
No, sir. Come on.
Even though the ghosts of my dead brothers were begging me to end what I started so long ago.
Mr. Graves, are you all right? Would you like some water?
The Wild Bunch knew I was there. They were after a treasure they had hidden before they fled, buried in the grave of a dead amigo. Some folks think the town is haunted, so they figured there wouldn't be many people poking around. I intended to fill that grave with Bob Bryant's corpse. But like I said, the bandits knew I was on to them. They lured me in and hit me with everything they had.
Anyone see the dude just swan dive into frame for a second? Oh shit.
But you obviously prevailed since you're sitting here telling us the tale.
Actually, in that moment, I did not prevail.
So I suppose we're talking to a ghost.
Funny you should put it like that, Jack. Because when I woke up...
From the dead?
There was silence all around me. I could swear to God I saw Billy then.
Billy who?
Billy, the kid. William Bonney. He was shooting at me from a rooftop. Here and there. Even over there.
So I am right. You are touched in the head.
Mr. Graves, perhaps we should switch you to coffee?
You see that old Indian again, too?
No, but I did see Billy's killer. Patrick Floyd Garrett. He came at me guns a-blazing. But I knew that old war horse had died 2 years before. I wondered if maybe I was dead too and confronting the ghosts of my past. Perhaps all my sins were coming back to haunt me and drag me down to perdition.
A literal ghost town. That's cool.
I saw Henry Plummer throw dynamite at me. In the gates of the cemetery, I saw John Wesley Hardin, just like I remembered him.
Gotta go. Come on.
Robert Ollinger appeared with his terrible double-barrel shotgun.
Hello, Bob!
But no ghost army was stopping me.
My father-in-law got hit with a fallen branch. He spent the rest of his life talking to dogs.
Newman Hayes Clanton, William Brocious, John Peters Ringo, they all wanted me dead.
I do feel like I'm panicking here. Like I don't know where. Ow! I don't know where they're coming from. They're all around me. They're in the trees. Ow!
The Dalton brothers, Robert and Grattan, guardians of the Garden of the Dead.
Yo, ever been to Juarez? I don't think I want to go to Juarez anymore.
Logan, alias Kid Curry, both thirsty for vengeance from the great beyond. Jesse, Woodson, James, and Jim Reed, each one deader than the next. I thought I would go crazy.
Thought?
Finally, I saw Harry Alonzo Longabaugh.
The Sundance Kid?
Like a general leading his Legion of the Dead.
You told us before that you seen him alive.
He was alive.
Ah, I dodged right into it, damn it. Oh, come on. Can we talk about this, Mr. Kid? I'll take that as a no. That's a shotgun. Got him.
Then I heard a voice call to me from afar. It was Robert Leroy Parker, a.k.a. Butch Cassidy, coming at me from out of the fog.
Thanks for taking care of that bastard.
Pretty sure his eyes are open. We got
But the
ourselves.
kid wasn't quite deceased.
Got ourselves a good
Not
old-fashioned Mexican standoff.
Takes more than one little bullet to kill the likes of me, partner.
Those two looked like they hadn't seen each other for quite a while. Clearly, they were no longer amigos.
Shit. I was hoping I wouldn't have to kill you. You won't have to, Butch. I'm killing you first.
I asked them about Bob Bryant, but they were too busy with their own heated conversation.
Let me get this shit straight. You want my money and the love of my life?
You frittered it all away, Butch. Etta's mine. So is that damn money.
I didn't want to shoot anybody until I had an answer to my question, but those boys didn't give me much of a choice.
Ah.
It's high noon.
No, I will not apologize for using that. Ah, dang it. How fast I get my gun out. Got him.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid died there in that cemetery not 6 months ago.
The finale. Told you we were near the end.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid were killed by the Bolivian army. Everybody knows that.
That's the legend, but it ain't the truth.
So, you never found Bob?
There is no Bob. This old sumbitch ain't even Silas Greaves.
Sir, is that true? Have you been pulling our legs this whole time?
Well, not the whole time.
Oh man, I think you've worn out your welcome here.
Maybe you're right, Jack. Maybe it's time to pay. You see, Ben, or should I say Bob, your past always catches up with you.
I was a different man back then, crazy. Drinking, I've changed my ways, I swear to you. If I could turn back the clock,
But you can't, Bob.
Here's the thing. Grey Wolf told him he would live a life of darkness if he didn't try to save himself. Revenge, as y'all saw, was causing him to be crazy. If he shoots him now, what good does that do? No. Better he just accept that it's over, basically. And besides, Bob's like an 80-year-old man now. What's the point?
Why'd you toy with me like that? Telling those tales, knowing all along. Why not just lay your cards on the table?
Wanted to suss you out, Bob. See what kind of man you turned out to be. Maybe prod you into drawing on me. See, all those years on your trail turned me into a killer. Can't even remember who I was before you tried to murder me. You, on the other hand, walked that very same path in exactly the opposite direction.
What do you mean by that?
You think your life is worth sparing, Bob? Boy, what's your name again?
It's Eisenhower, sir. Dwight Eisenhower.
What do you plan to do with your life, Dwight Eisenhower?
Tomorrow I'll be leaving for West Point, sir.
So, you want to be a soldier? Well, then do it right, son. Don't tear down the world out of anger and spite like I did. You build it up. You do something decent with your life, you hear me?
Sir? Yes, sir.
I won't have it said I left you with nothing, Bob.
Wow. That's really good. That's a really good... I like that. And yes, that was Dwight Eisenhower, because that story takes place in Abilene, Kansas, which is where Dwight grew up. Dwight Eisenhower grew up in Abilene, Kansas. And then when he went to West Point in 1911. Sounds good, RW. I'm sorry I didn't call you out. I just wanted to see the end of the end of this. So let's see who the voice actors were. Because I know, I'm trying to think of his name. I know who Dwight's voice actor was. I just can't remember his name off the top of my head. I really wish I... It's Sam from Critical Role. I recognize the voice. You can find the voice actors. Written by, music by The Ballad of Silas Greaves. Starring, Silas Greaves is John Segan. Ben's Paul Eiding. Yeah, I knew that. Sam Riegel. It is Sam Riegel. So yeah, John Segan plays Silas. Bob was played by Paul Eiding, a.k.a. Colonel. The Colonel. Dwight is Sam Riegel. Let's see. Molly's Dory Barton. Dale Ingram. That's cool. John Segan. I'll have to look that up. John Segan. John Segan. Oh, it's Solidus. Okay, cool. So they literally just grabbed Solidus and the Colonel are like, hey, you guys want to be in a Western? I still have to go and find all of these nuggets of truth, but yeah. Got a picture of Dwight Eisenhower in here. Got all of these historical figures and all this cool stuff. And again, just a cool little thing that John Wesley Hardin's card is the Ace of Spades, because, you know, Aces, Dead Man's Hand, aces and eights. So it's basically a whole deck of cards. Still only got about a little over half. Yes, it is, Andrea. But you see the Dead Man's Hand is 2 black aces and 2 black eights. The Dead Man's Hand. So it's the Dead Man's Hand is an eight of spades and an 8 of clubs, and the ace of spades and the ace of clubs. That's the Dead Man's Hand. And it was the same hand that Wild Bill Hickok had when he was shot in the back of the head. But yeah, that's gonna do it. This game is amazing. Holy crap. I've heard the other ones are good too, but not as good as this one. Holy cow, I really wish they would keep making games like this, because damn, this is good. Like, seriously, this is really good. I gotta look up that game Cataclysm told me about. But for now, we're just gonna call it here. We are gonna go raid someone, though. We got a lot of people in here, so we're gonna go raid someone. Let's go find a small streamer to raid, you know? Because seeing 20 plus people drop on top of you would be amazing for anyone. Let's see let's find some small people who are streaming right now. Let's see. Fina VT, don't know who that is. Let me look that up. Friend of yours? Let's see. All right, fine. We'll go say hi to Fina. Let me let this ad play through, and in the meantime, I'll get this raid started. As always, it has been a privilege and a pleasure to entertain all you guys. I hope you had a great time. Remember, no stream tomorrow. I'm going to be at my cousin's wedding. I'll be back tomorrow night, but no stream tomorrow. So for now, I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Privilege and a pleasure to entertain all of you. I've been Zaruk Windcaller, and remember that the memories we make in life, good and bad, make us who we are.